your tender caress to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars own, rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing hardening into stone, amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep.
Attend the tale of Maxwell Roth. He sought the footlights like a moth, his sense of timing never off until he opted to collaborate with a hooded reprobate. The blighter and assassin made a deadly double bill. Jokes, 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 make 'em laugh until they choke, fairly slay 'em in the aisles, maidens fair and princes charming. Thrills, 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 dashing feats and bloody spills, and I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming. The curtain rose, the scene was set, they danced a murderous duet, and much deserving blood was let up to the scene wherein they disagreed on who should live and who should bleed, and Maxwell Rothy then received a very bad review. Jokes, 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 and there's daggers and there's cloaks, but behind the scenes the leading players differ on the plot. Laugh, laugh, laugh at the dandy's new red scarf, now 8 shows a week to Beelzebub is his eternal lot. Jokes, 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 make 'em laugh until they choke, fairly slay 'em in the aisles, maidens fair and princess charming. Thrills, 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 dashing feats and bloody spills, and I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming.
Did you see it coming? Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so glad to have you here. Hello. How are you? How are you? I've missed you all. How's it been? It's been 10 years if it's been a day. How are you? How are you? Ugh. It's evening for you? Oh, well, geez. We got to do something about that. I will be real. I may be a little groggy today. We've had a weird 24 hours. I mean, basically, more like 12 to 18. Poor little Lachlan James. He woke up out of nowhere last night just sick as a dog, like super congested. He was hacking so hard. We thought he was going to puke. Like the poor little fella. He's only 2 years old and he just got slammed with a sickness out of nowhere. So he was up off and on like every hour all night. I feel bad for the little guy, but he did, like this morning he woke up, I went up, got him. He's happy as a clam. He's just, morning, dada. Morning, dada. And I was like, hey, buddy, you want to come get breakfast? And he's like, I'm not sure. Okay. And then he comes and like, he's just a chipper little fella. But last night he was a real mess. I'll tell you what. And then also, you guys know Finley, our big white cat who's like the size of a dog. I love Finley so much. He's my little fella. He and Hermione are like half outside, half inside cats. And so when they want to go out and explore and hunt mice and do whatever, they go out and then they come back usually to eat food and to cuddle up where it's warm. And then they go back out and keep playing and having a good time. Finley has not come home in like 2 days. Hermione's come back. She's come back and had, you know, plenty of food. She came in because it was cold and she wanted to cuddle up. But Finley has been gone for like 2 days. Now this happened once before, but it was Hermione. Hermione disappeared for like 3 days. We're like, oh, well, I mean, what other conclusion is there? And then she came back and she was fine. And she was just like, I don't know where she went, but she went and had fun and was fine. You know, she was just like, yeah, I'm busy. So we're hoping that happens with Finley. The danger is that we live on some pretty busy, like near some busy streets with big trucks and stuff. And my fear is that he got caught by like a car, or there's coyotes near where we are, and I'm worried a coyote got him. So we'll see. Yeah, I've had cats disappear for a week and then come back. Cats are wild. Yeah, I'm hoping he's good. He's a big enough cat. He can defend himself. I mean, if anything tries to mess with him, he'll mess them up. But the one thing is that he has a scar on his like cornea on his right eye. And so he basically only has one eye that's usable because the other one has a scar that goes across, so he can't really see out of it. So he has like no depth perception. His vision's really bad. It's funny when it's not like serious because he'll try to like jump up onto this and he has no depth perception. So he'll just end up jumping and he slams into the books, you know, because he just can't gauge how far it is. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, he's the white wolf, basically. We'll see. I'm going to be, you know, eagerly awaiting. Hopefully he comes back and is fine. But, you know, it's just stressful. You're like, I hope the little fella's okay. You know, he's my little fur ball. But what are you going to do? I mean, there's not much you can do. You just have to kind of wait. Because, like, he could be caught in somebody's window well. He could be in somebody else's garage, which he did at our last place. He would just go into other people's garages if they left them open and just explore. And then I'm sure if they close the door, he's just trapped in there until they let him back out. So you like, you just never know. You never know. But we're going to anxiously await. But good news is Lockie's feeling much better. That's good. And so we're just chilling. At this point, not much we can do. We see our Tomcat once a week. Yeah, he, I think, is just now realizing how big of a cat he is. He can realize, like, he's realizing he can push other cats around. It was weird, though, because yesterday when he didn't come back in the morning, there was a huge orange tabby in the backyard, like guarding over the house. So I don't know if maybe he smells their scent and is now like trying to stay away, or if they got in a fight. I don't know. One time Hermione came back. This was like a month or two ago, and she came back and she had a big old cut straight down the top of her head because she had gotten in a fight with another cat. I was like, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, little one. you know? Like, ooh, she's fine, but yeah, that other cat nearly messed her up. Yeah, they like to go in the paint. Thank you, Regilance, for the sub on Prime. Appreciate you. Let me pull up YouTube as well. And then everybody here in YouTube chat, appreciate you. You all are wonderful. Igneous Rock, good to see you. Awaken Red was perfect timing. Just finished God of War Ragnarok video and was going to start the Cyberpunk one, but the stream will be a good change of pace. Yeah, Kevin, I'm glad to have you. Thank you, my friend. Don't leave your cats out, people. Cruel thing to do. Yeah, I mean, if of course cats had like evolved to be outside and to hunt and like survive outside, and it's only a very modern thing to keep cats inside, fed and cushy. If only that were the case, then you know that would be totally different. But yeah, they definitely evolved to live inside living rooms and coddled eating canned food. Yes. No, the cats are really tough. Like you have to be like conscientious. The thing is, like, if your cat's only ever lived inside, yeah, you should be careful transitioning them. Yeah, I mean, they don't know what they're doing, of course. The other thing is, like, especially in Colorado, it gets cold here, so you have to slowly ease them into outdoor life so that their like coats come in and fill out and stay nice and warm. So you just kind of have to leave or transition them slowly enough that they can be equipped. But I mean, they're literally built for this, like literally built for this. And like, we don't declaw our cats. Actually, when we adopted them, we had to sign paperwork saying we would never declaw them, because it's basically like cutting off a knuckle for a cat. It's just not great for them. So we like, they have all their claws. They can fight back if something jumps them, but yeah. Some cats don't like moving. He might be looking for the old home, thinking it's nearby. He might be peeking, like he might be, but it's also been like a month. So like, I would think that he would have it settled now, but who knows? Who knows? We'll keep an eye out for him. Hopefully he's okay though. Cats the movie? No, that's something you should not subject anybody to. Are you planning on doing a big video for AC Mirage like you did with Valhalla? So, sorry.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Yeah, I am not sure. Honestly, I just don't know if there's enough content there to like dig into it. Because like, I don't mind it, but I think the whole video would be like, yep, the AI is kind of stupid and the map is good for a small game, but it's not that great, blah, blah, blah. And like, I'm just not sure how robust it would be, you know. It'd just be a lot of stuff that you've already heard. Honestly, the review covered everything I would cover in the review, in the critique, except for maybe some story stuff. There's like there's a plot twist at the end. And I think it actually I think it actually reveals, and I'm not going to say any names, of course, because I don't know for a fact, but there were some reviewers. Ooh, shout out, whatever that is. Thank you, Forged Horizons. 9 months. Ooh, wow. Ooh, baby.
Forged Horizons is now a red flag. I could never live with the worry of having an outside cat. I'll go on walks with my cat outside, but I would just worry too much. Whole thing. Just know.
The first few weeks of them being outside cats, that's what I was like, because I was used to them being inside, but they honestly love it. And for them, it's like going out and having a massive playground. Like, they love it. Like Hermione, she will stand by the door and meow incessantly trying to get outside if you don't let her out now. She loves it. Of course, she also likes coming home, having the reliable food and warmth and stuff, but she'll go out and she'll just be a little predator cat. She loves it. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I won't name any names, but I actually do have a sneaking suspicion that some of the people that put up reviews for AC Mirage did not actually finish the story before making their videos. And it's because if you've played through all of Mirage, you know what I'm talking about. But I'll be very vague in case you haven't. Basically, there's like a character who interacts with the player character in sort of a weird way through the whole story. And it seems really stiff and stilted and just odd. And at the end of the story, they totally explain everything. Like, it makes a lot of sense. And it's like, oh, that's why. Okay. Now, you could still say that doesn't justify it. Even though they have a narrative explanation for this, doesn't mean that it's okay. Just like, you know, in Death Stranding, you could have a problem with, let's just say, the extended or overly vague, or maybe the best example is like the lack of life in the world. And you could say it's just the world feels really dead and not worth saving. And they can explain away, be like, oh, well, it's because regular people can't go outside and where the timefall might touch them, so they stay inside protected, which is why everybody is this generic hologram instead of like actual like facial capture and stuff. And so it's like they explained it, but does that justify it? You know, then you can have a conversation. But there was one reviewer in particular whose review like tears into this character for being kind of stiff and weirdly distant. And it really seemed like they either did not pay attention to the ending, which explains why. But yeah, it was just, to me, it was odd enough that I was like, I'm not sure if they saw where that ended. It's like if somebody's reviewing Starfield and they mention it would have been really cool to have some cool Fus Roda style abilities or like magical abilities in space. If you've played Starfield, you're like, but there is, what? Like, did you get there? You know, it would be very jarring. You'd be like, I think you might have missed something, you know? But of course, you never know details. So unless you have, like that example with Starfield, I think would be clear enough that you could probably call somebody out on it. This one with the character in Mirage, I think you could, you know, there's plausible deniability, but it was odd to me. It was odd. You can, you don't need to finish a game to review it, but you shouldn't imply that you did. I would agree with that. I think it's all about clarity and disclosure. Like, for example, with Alan Wake 2, I was like, straight up, can't finish it. I'd love to, but it's soft locked or hard locked, whatever it is. It's locked for me, so I can't finish it no matter what I do. Just, there's this, like, you know, those clues you have to line up the black and white orbs to have dialogue trigger, which gives you the ability to then, as Alan Wake, change an environment to see it from a different perspective, opening new doorways. One of those black and white orbs was glitched, so it didn't focus when you align the view properly. And I even like sent videos and like clips of me lining it up properly, and they don't sync up and then pop and show the little dialogue tree to give you the option to change the environment. And the devs eventually were just like, okay, we found the bug, but it's only going to be fixed in new saves, which is just kind of a bummer that I have to replay the entire game just to see the last 45 minutes. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? But with that case, like, I tried to disclose as clearly as I could. I want to finish it. I just physically can't before the review embargo lifts. Not because of anything I did, but because the game is broken. So, big bummer. Big bummer. Let's see. Are you gonna do an 8-hour review of Spider-Man 2? Honestly, probably not. I mean, even like an hour or two critique of it, I just don't know what is really useful to say. That is one of those franchises I've seen that I think the audience is really not interested in that type of critical content. They tend to just want to hear the praises. And in that case, I'm like, well, if like, what's the point then? You know? And one thing, like, I like Brian Intihar as a game director. I think he's done a very good job with the franchise. But he, in all of his interviews, he takes an approach towards criticism that is very dismissive and like jokey. And I can find that funny sometimes. Igneous Rock, thank you for subbing over on Twitch. I get that. It's fun to like meme on it and joke about it. But I also think that it can come off as just blind dismissal. Like, you know, if you said, hey, Todd, where are the vehicles in Starfield? That would have made exploration way better. And he's just like, it's a space game, not a car game. You'd be like, bro, that's not an answer to the question. It doesn't address the concern within the question. Like, you're just trying to get like some jokes in and some memes. Like, what are we doing? Do you think Jor is more optimistic or more skeptical about Star Wars Outlaws after Pandora? Probably, I would assume more skeptical, just because his opinion seemed to be a little bit more critical than like Maddie's was, for example. But I do think, from what I've heard, my understanding is that there is with Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, there's currently like, it's almost like they're Skull and Bones. This game has been in production for years and years and years and years and years, and they're just now getting it out the door. And so the hope is that, yeah, we'll shove this out the door, we'll get it out, it'll be okay, and then we'll release Star Wars Outlaws, which is our big magnum opus that we're really, really proud of. That's at least my understanding. Because this was supposed to release like a year and a half to 2 years ago initially. It's been delayed that much, so we'll see how it turns out. Like, we're just kind of playing it by ear. But yeah, I don't know. I think once we play it, we'll know better. But it's hard to tell right now because we're just going off of a few people's impressions, you know. And like, what can you do with that? It's like, I have a sneaking suspicion this could be pretty good. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Love that. Oh, Sean with the poggers. Oh God, it's gonna play the notification the second I start reading it. Watch. Morning. It's a public holiday in Melbourne. Cup of Joe listening to the show. Luke, did the PayPal ever go through? Oh, let me see. First of all, thank you, Sean. That's extremely generous right there. I have been so freaking bad at keeping up with Discord. I will tell you what. Where is that app? Okay. Hold on, I'll pull it up live. We'll do it live. Captain Damn It. That's awesome. I like the name. Captain Damn It. That's funny. I like that. God damn it. Thank you for the sub with Prime. Appreciate you. I'm Caden Bruh too. You look familiar too. F it. We'll do it live. Crispy
is now a red flag. Did you see Harvard now has a website with full 3D tours of the exterior and interior of the pyramids and surrounding temples?
No. I did not know that. I will look that up because that sounds amazeballs.
Sean Dara donated 150 Australian
there, now it
dollars
goes.
through Super Chat. Morning, it's a public holiday in Melbourne. Cup of Joe, listening to the
Cup
show.
of Joe. I
Luke,
wish I
did
could
the
give it an
PayPal
Irish accent.
Ever go through?
Let me see, my friend. I'm trying to remember my password. You guys are all of a sudden so generous. Is it what I'm wearing?
Ninja Orange 13 donated $4.99 through Super Chat. What do you think is the best story in a video game? Not counting gameplay, just story.
Best story. I mean, it's tough because it's subjective. For me, probably what's been the most impressive was Red Dead 2, because like it's seriously an 80-hour story that does not waste an hour. Like, the whole thing is a full story arc masterfully written, fantastically performed. And then even the epilogue ties even more stuff together. Like, it's just so freaking impressive. And in that case, the gameplay is also really good too, which is awesome. You know, The Last of Us is really good, of course. Which is great. Oh yeah, Sean, I did. Oh Jesus, Sean. Jesus Christ, Sean. I don't know if you want me to disclose that, but Sean has been incredibly generous recently, which is crazy also because Sean has had some stuff he's been dealing with in his personal life. And so for him to then come over and be so generous, I feel like I should be sending you money. Like, what's happening? Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Rydell Retribution
Riggs is now a red flag. Luke, my man. What big game announcements or surprises do you think we will see at the Game Awards?
Oh, there was one that I was pretty sure we'd see. Oh, balls. What was it? And I was gonna call it out and be like, this is gonna be the thing, just you wait. Oh. My big Chungus bet. Is that how the kids use the term? I'm not sure. My big prediction. Ready? I think we see the sequel to Monster Hunter come out. Or announced. I think that's what we see. I think that's going to be one of the biggest announcements of the show. I think it's going to cause everybody to lose their minds. So I think that's a layup. I think we see that. Capcom's had a fantastic like a year, 2 years, 3 years. They've been doing great. And they currently have another major title scheduled for release early next year that is unannounced. What does Capcom have that's major that would line up pretty well with coming out early next year? To me, I think it's got to be Monster Hunter. Because Monster Hunter was what? I think it was February of 2018, I think is when it came out. I think. And so, Mega Man, maybe this is just me. I would not consider Mega Man to be like a major title. Where they're like, they are telling their investors this is a major thing. This is a big deal. I don't think they would count Mega Man like that. I think Mega Man's still more of a niche. Exoprimal 2? Yeah, maybe. God of War DLC rumor. That could be possible. That could be possible. One of the interesting things I saw was that Jim Ryan, I think, is staying through the end of March 2024 before he officially retires. And I have to wonder if he's waiting for something. Because like it would make sense. Hey, I'm retiring to spend time with my family. Why wouldn't you retire before Christmas? You know? Unless there's something big you want to see through. To me, my guess is there's something big he wants to see through. And I have to wonder what that is. Imagine like God of War DLC launching end of December or launching in late January or something like that. That could be interesting. Switch 2 definitely needs... well, that's the thing. How did they announce the original Switch? Where did they announce that? I actually don't remember. Because the Switch 2 has got to be happening. The Switch announcement. Did they just drop a reveal trailer or did they show it off somewhere? Oh no, was it on Jimmy Fallon? I think it was. I don't think I can play the whole clip, otherwise we'll get copyright struck, but like, did he announce it at on Jimmy Fallon? I do vaguely remember this because he has the box. And he's shown like the Mario mobile game, which was such a travesty. And they're showing off all that. Look at this projector screen. They're capturing a video of the projector. Like, I don't know what's happening. Gotta love the production values. But then he's like, our new product. And then they lift the box and it's the Nintendo Switch. I'm pretty sure this is how they did it. So, do they announce it at the Game Awards? Do they announce it on something like Jimmy Fallon again? Do they... I don't know. It was kind of weird to announce it on Jimmy Fallon, though, right? Like, isn't that like a little strange? You know, like, where are we gonna announce our new, our new car? We're releasing a car. Where should we announce it? Let's go to a gun show. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why did they choose to go there? Announce it on C-SPAN? Oh, that could be good. They just go to Capitol Hill and like whip it out in the middle of a congressional hearing or something. At the time, Jimmy was quite popular. Yeah, I guess that's true. It has 6.8 million views. This was on December 16th or December 7th of 2016. And that was what? 2 months before it? No. I think it launched early March. Or was it early May? I think it launched early March. I think. But they announced that, and then they drop it just a few months later. So I have to wonder, do they announce the next Switch at the Game Awards and then launch it in the spring? Maybe. Apple console. I've realized that Apple is not working on a console. They don't need to. They can just port games to this that you already have and then charge you for the software. So they don't have to worry about the hardware stuff. They just charge you directly for this that you already are buying. Like, they got Resident Evil 8 Village running on this very well. If you haven't seen the video I did on it, go check it out. It's on the main channel. But seriously, like, it runs fantastically well. There's no reason for them to build a console when they already basically sold you one. You know, like, there's just no point. Yeah, and Apple would drive devs crazy, I feel. Oh, yeah, they'd have so many random little requirements. I don't think they have the capability of kind of building that community in that way, in my opinion. Jay Weston Art, also, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. Sorry if I missed that. We had a flurry of stuff coming in. That was awesome. But Crispy, yeah, I will look up the Pyramid Harvard 3D tour after the stream because that sounds right up my alley. That sounds right up my alley. Interesting. Okay. What's up, pretty eye? Have you tested the VR2 with iPhone? No, I have not. I think they're building out or trying to build out some more developer relationships because they realize one of the ways a lot of people will use the Vision Pro, that's what they call it, right? The Vision Pro headset is for video games. But right now they have like very, very little support for that. So I think that's what's going to happen. I think they're just harboring those relationships and then they're going to try to squeeze them into bringing VR ports of games to Apple Silicon and therefore the Apple Vision headset, which is not a bad play. I've said before, like, I will get one of the headsets and we will make some videos with it, but they have to have games on. I'm not just going to get it because I plan on returning it fairly quickly unless it's like the most amazing thing I've ever used. But I mean, the way they have pitched it is that I'm going to be like sitting at my desk with that on instead of like using my monitors and stuff, which doesn't really make any sense. And let's be honest, it's only going to tie into Apple stuff. So if you're using a PC, it's just not going to work with it. It won't work. So like, what are we doing? You know? Can you imagine if we were like, if you hopped on stream one day and I just have the Vision Pro headset on, I'm like, hey guys, and then it's the weird like alien eyes going off in separate directions. That'd be trippy. Could be really funny though if we tried to do like a whole video like that. Welcome to the future, guys. Welcome to the future. Oh golly. We'll see though. Oh, I guess we can address this thing. I did want to bring this up. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. I guess we can pull this up. Just write it off. Well, you can write it off, but writing something off doesn't make it free. It just discounts it at your corporate tax rate. So for me, like, it will make it, instead of $3,500, like, what? It'll make it like $2,500 because corporate tax rates are crazy high, or maybe like $2,800, $2,900. So like, you're still paying $3,000 for the thing. Yeah, it's effectively cheaper compared to paying taxes on just the lump sum of cash. But if you're not going to use the $3,000 thing, if it's not worth $3,000 to you, because it definitely wasn't worth $3,500, it's not actually a good write-off, you know? A lot of, I know you're kind of memeing, but I have heard a lot of people say that, where they're like, oh, we'll just write off the thing. Like somebody did say it with the cameras, because I had some cameras break, and one of them is fixed now. The other one's still dead. But I had some cameras break, and they're like, oh, just go buy like a red camera and write it off. I'm like, bro, you can't just buy a $200,000 camera and then write it off and therefore it's free. Like, you still have to pay for it. And if I'm the one that like runs the business, it's still my money. I'm still spending it. It's just discounted at the corporate tax rate. So it's just not the same thing. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, you think that they release an Apple Vision instead of a Pro? Do you think they ever do that? I mean, I think they might eventually do that if they can get costs down. But apparently the $3,500 price tag is not expected to actually generate much profit for Apple. It apparently costs pretty close to that to build the damn thing. And Apple normally, like, they build the iPhone, it costs them $300 or $400 in parts and materials and stuff, and then they assemble it and then they sell it to you for $1,200. The Vision Pro apparently costs like well over $3,000, which is crazy. Some people think that writing it off means you get it for free. Yeah, I think it's because there's a lot of verbiage from like those crypto or finance bros online who are like, well, I wanted to buy a Mercedes, or I wanted to buy my Lambo, so I just wrote it off. It's like, first of all, that's tax fraud. Second of all, that doesn't make it free, even if you could just write off whatever you want, you know? Arts, good to see you. Arts by Chloe. Good to see you. Would you expect Nintendo to give the Switch 2 Discord compatibility when the next console launches? I honestly would not. I just have given up on Nintendo doing really pro-consumer things, frankly. I've just stopped expecting it. Life's a lot easier when you don't expect it. Oh, man. Chloe, I'm doing good. We're hanging out here on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, so people can watch wherever they want. And we're having a jolly old time. Cheaper option is in development already. Low res, low refresh rate, but estimated $1,500 price tag. Oh, baby. When their budget VR headset is $1,500. Meanwhile, Meta comes in. I did try my buddy Michael's Quest 3. And that thing is a huge step up from the Quest 2. I have the Quest 2. I got it when it was on, like, I think it was still $300 or something stupid cheap like that. But it's a big jump over the Quest 3. And I think it's $500. And so for the Vision Pro to be $3,500, like another $3,000, it's just like, what are we doing, guys? How are the views on Kick? I think we have a total of 6 followers on Kick. Granted, I've never tried to like harbor anything on Kick. We just literally flip the switch and we're live on Kick. If people want to watch there, they can. If you happen to prefer Kick, or like if you want to become, I think Kick has memberships and stuff enabled as well. So like if people want to be subbed and they want to do the 95-5 split, they can go to Kick and do that. That's cool. But, you know, wherever you want to watch is where you should watch. I think right now we have like 4 viewers on Kick, which is cool. Yeah, 6 bots, poggers. Yeah. I think Kick does have a problem with bots for sure. Because I've seen some of those chats where it's like They say they have 35,000 people watching, and it's like slower than my chat. I'm like, what are we doing? I'm not sure that's real. You might have told it many times before already, but I myself have never heard it. What's the story about the ship in your room and the castle? Oh, yeah. So we have the Lego Titanic and the Lego Hogwarts Castle. Hogwarts Castle was a gift, a Christmas present from my best buddy, Caleb. You guys will know him as like Iron Cyclops. He's been in a handful of videos. He was in that Gotham Knights video where we tried to do co-op, and he was like, it just broke him, and he was like, call me when you want to play something fun, and he just left. It was funny. I made him a t-shirt that said that. It's like his t-shirt, which is pretty cool. But he very generously got me that for Christmas, 3 years ago? And the following year, I was like, okay, I can give you big presents of Legos too. So I got him the Lego Coliseum, and he built it, or I went over, helped him build it for like 4 hours one day. We got maybe a quarter of the way through building that, and he's not touched it since. So it is sitting in his basement on a table, and it's been sitting there for like a year and a half, 2 years, collecting dust, which it's okay. He's not as into Lego. That's okay. And then the Lego Titanic mainly came from donations from Sean and primarily, I mean, let's be honest, Sean, because I was like, yeah, I think it'd be really fun to build Lego on stream and for it to be like something we can do all together. And then of course, you know, I won't complain because I love to build Lego. So let's do it. And Sean very generously sent some super chats in and some donations in through PayPal and all that, and we were able to get it. And actually, on the Lego Titanic, you see this? Right here is a little bitty guy. Little bitty guy. I don't have like a close-up cam. That's him. It's a little bitty fella. And it's just a tiny, tiny minifigure, but it is a little minifigure of Sean. Because Sean's the only reason we were able to get that Lego ship, and so he's the captain of the ship, and he's always up there, which is, I think, kind of fun. Sean, yeah, the one and only Sean. Zoom, enhance it. The Lego Titanic does actually, I don't know if I can do it now easily. I have to remember where the pieces are, because there's like a lock that goes in that you can lift out. So either I'll be able to unlock it or I will break it. One of the two will happen. There's a seam. I think this is it. Come on. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, come on, you. Come on. Oh, maybe. Okay. It's like a pin that locks it. And then hold on. You can like separate it out and see the cross section of the ship. Like the boilers and each deck and everything, which is pretty cool. Isn't that cool? And each segment of the ship can do it. Now try to put it back together without breaking it. Oh, I broke it. Oh God, it's falling apart. Oh God. Yeah, and then the lock pin goes in. Yeah. And this, I don't know where these pieces came from. God. I'm breaking it all. Oh, wait, I see. Hold on. Sorry, this is not what the stream was supposed to be. Okay, then that piece goes there. Okay. I'll stop touching it. Because I'll just keep breaking it. So, yeah. It's a whole thing. The Hassan Avi streaming technique. No, that's this. Okay. And then I'm a millionaire. That's the strat. That's how you do it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, 1 hour later I come back. Yeah. Where's my McDonald's? Yeah, I'm going to sit like this and I'm going to eat really loudly. And then I'm going to like pause the video I'm watching while I'm watching Kitchen Nightmares and just go, bro, can you believe that shit? Oh my God. And you can tell I pop like 5 edibles and I'm high as a kite. But for some reason, people still come to me for like political opinions. I think I could have it down. I think I could have it down pat. It's why we started co-streaming on Twitch, because, you know, these 46 viewers, I'm coming for you, Hassan. I'm coming. Oh, man. Oh, you forgot to say communism? Yeah. Or no, there was one thing I saw. Oh, there's a soundbite that everybody throws out where it's like somebody was saying that they couldn't. Was it that somebody said they couldn't like sub because they didn't make enough money or something? Like it was something like that where they were just like, hey, I don't have a good job. I don't make much money. And then he straight up like started tearing into them and shaming them for not being like motivated and ambitious enough. And like, that's the funniest thing when streamers like that shame people for not being ambitious enough while they're sitting like in a chair, like eating and doing like just watching TV and streaming it. Like, I don't know if Twitch ever got better with it. YouTube, if I stream a copyrighted clip, like that Jimmy Fallon clip of them announcing the Switch, if I stream that, YouTube will recognize in real time that that's copyrighted and they'll strike the whole stream and shut it down. Like, they'll just tear the whole thing all the way down. And it's just bad.
Wyatt
But
Rippey
Twitch, I don't think,
donated
does that.
$5 through Super Chat. Opinions on the current state of the Jurassic Park World franchise and where it could go in the future?
That's a go. I'll answer in just a second.
Amitoye Singh donated $4.99 through Super Chat. What are your overall thoughts on Alan Wake 2 story without spoiling it? And what is your favorite Remedy game other than Max Payne?
Okay, I'll go in order. Well, otherwise I'll get lost. Okay. Thank you, first of all, guys, for the super chats. Those are very generous. Wyatt, to start with that, thank you for the 5. Opinions on the current state of the Jurassic Park / World franchise and where it could go in the future. I think it's in a weird spot. Universal's poured a lot of money into it, and if you go to Universal Studios, they've poured a lot of money into rides and stuff. So they're clearly trying to build out a pretty big universe with it, but I think it's kind of hit a bit of a wall. And like, honestly, I burned out of it pretty quickly. I mean, I couldn't tell you what the last movie was called. I have no idea. So I think people have kind of checked out a tad. How they inject new energy into it, I think there's a few ways they could do it. The way I want to see them go is like, embrace one extreme, like either make it kind of a family friendly movie or go super dark and gritty, borderline horror movie, and just own it. Like the original Jurassic Park kind of towed that line, and I think you got to go back to that. And I would love to see more practical effects like with all of these movies. The reliance on CGI is just so lame because it doesn't look very good. So I'd like to see stuff like that take place. And I think they need to make some of these films in a way where it's clear they're not just trying to turn it into a trilogy. Just make a good movie. Just make a good movie and then turn it into a series of movies if it does really well and people love it. But so many of these films, like they build out the story and then they leave it on 5 cliffhangers and they don't answer any of the big questions because they're like, oh, well, we'll answer it in movie 2, movie 3, and then the big Avengers style movie at the end of it. And I'm like, bro, just chill out. Just chill out. Just make a good movie, you know? Bring back Goldblum. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. As for what they could do, I mean, I've heard that the Jurassic Park simulation video game is also pretty good, but I think that they could also do, like, imagine a Jurassic Park suspense thriller video game that's like single player and basically follows the events of the first film. You just have to do that. I think that could be amazing. Maybe add some VR support, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I mean, I think it could be good. Yeah, they tried to do the Mummy Dark Universe. Oh, yeah. Do you guys remember? I showed you guys this once. The Mummy trailer. Like that movie, The Mummy with Tom Cruise. They made a big oopsie and they announced or they released a trailer too early that didn't have the sound finalized. And so the trailer is just bizarre. Like none of the sound is playing. None of the music is playing properly. It's only random sound effects because they didn't export the video properly. So somebody got fired over this. But this is how like they revealed the game to the world.
Now a red flag. Long time since I've cashed a stream. Good to be back. Hope you have been settling good into the new house.
Oh yeah, Kimbus. Thank you. I actually, you'd be so proud of me. I have a whole list on my home screen of house to do. And I mean, you can't really see it. It's kind of blown out, but yeah, we have many checklists of things. Yeah, replacing a lot of outlets, a lot of light switches, doorknobs. Pretty much all the doorknobs in the house need to be swapped out. Light fixtures, fans. I have to schedule the lawn service. Yeah, there's a hookup for the hose in the backyard. The like actual circular like knob is missing, so I got to replace that. I want to replace all the toilets too because they're all like original from 20 years ago, so I want to replace all those. Just get them done at once. Yeah, paint the bathroom, paint the closet, paint the stairway going down here. There's just a lot to do. There's a lot to do. Bidet time, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? What I want is I want those toilets where like you can straight up put a bin of golf balls in and it'll flush them through. You know, they sound like a jet engine or like, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I was going to make a raunchy joke about suction, but that like they just go, you know, those kind of, they have them at like event centers usually because they will not plug up. You know, you could shove a big ass burrito in the toilet and it won't even blink an eye. It just shoots it. Yeah, it's a pressure toilet. I don't know. Luke makes big dookies confirm. I don't know what they do or how they do it. It's got to make like a vacuum on the back end or something, and then that opens up and like pulls the water through because it doesn't just drop water into the bowl and flush it. This, like, if you've never used one of these toilets, they're in malls, they're in like some airports and stuff, but goodness gracious, it's like kind of scary. If you were like one of those people, I don't know why you do this because like you should be proud of what you've done. I don't know why people would flush while still sitting. I've heard people do that, but like, I would not do that. I would not do that. But yeah, I would just say, you got to try one. They're magic. They're magic. But anyway, the Mummy. I don't know how we got onto it. Oh, the house stuff. Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Kim, for the super chat. Appreciate you. And yeah, it's great to have you. And we're settling in slowly but surely with lots of stuff to do, but we're getting there. This is that trailer for The Mummy. Just imagine like you've been working on this movie for years and years and years. You're so proud of it. You're about to release the big new trailer, and then some moron in the marketing department makes an oopsie and publishes this instead. Okay? Just take this in. Okay, looks fine so far. Okay, it's a little weird. It's a little awkwardly quiet. It's like really quiet. It's odd. They're just really building the suspense.
Pan, this is November 4, 09er 9er. What the hell?
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. That is something else. Oh wow.
Welcome.
Oh, they got the
To a
Russell
new
Crowe
world
voiceover. They got
of
that taken care of.
gods
Yeah, this was supposed to start
and monsters.
like a whole cinematic universe.
I saw her. She is real.
Please meet Princess Amenet. She will claim what she has been denied.
Yeah, big oopsie. Big oopsie on that one. Big oopsie poopsie. Oh man. Can you imagine? Like I think I did this once where I pressed, like, basically what we do is when we have a video that's going to go up, we get the whole video filmed, we edit it, all that stuff, then we render it, and then we upload it with like default stuff. So it's, the title is usually just like X, and then the description is the default description, and you know, the thumbnail is just randomly selected from a frame in the video, blah blah blah. And one time I tried to just like change part of the description and hit save before going and fixing and making like the thumbnail and everything, but instead somehow I accidentally just from muscle memory hit publish instead of just save. And so the video went up for like 2 minutes to a bunch of people, and it was just like the title of the video was X and just a random picture of my face in the video. And it was really weird. People were like, what is this video, Luke? And I very quickly realized it, and then like unlisted it, or I think I privated it, and then I fixed the like description, and I think we re-uploaded the whole thing because we wanted notifications to send out again, whatever we did. But I've made mistakes like that before. I don't know how you make this mistake though, how you upload that to millions of people and not realize it. But naturally, when people saw that, they saved it and clipped it, and we're like, oh my god, we gotta save it. We gotta save it. And I'm glad they did. I am so glad they did. Scientology, yeah. Have you seen how terrible the whole story is? No trailer's worth that was saving that movie. Yeah, no, I mean, it was just clear they were trying to build the whole thing around, again, the idea of a cinematic universe. So they have Russell Crowe in there who does like the weird Jekyll and Hyde thing, and then they also have the mummy princess queen lord, and it was like, just pick one thing and do it well. Like, and the old school mummy movies, part of the reason that they were so good and part of the reason they were so satisfying was just because they were so outrageous and they were so cheesy, and they owned it. They were okay with it though. Like, it wasn't really trying to be the best movie, and they would always be panned by critics, but they were fun, you know? They were just fun. And I feel like that fun has largely been lost in the industry. Like, I saw the new Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Don't at me. I think it is like demonstrably a terrible movie. Like, it's just the writings. It starts off kind of good and interesting. Like, okay, I see what we're doing. Okay. Oh, and then he's got this thing that tortures him and that ties him in with these characters. Okay. Missing child is the theme. And so he ties in with this and that. And then like the last 2/3 of the movie are just like, what is happening? And I've tried to look up like explanations of the story, see if I missed something in one of the games I didn't play. No, it's just not very good. But it was fun. And for people that wanted to, like, for people that just wanted to go and have like a fun movie night where they saw like, oh, the FNAF movie, I love FNAF, or I grew up playing FNAF, let's go see it. It was just fun. It was fun. Yeah, but Luke, it's only $20 million budget. Yeah, no, my problem is not with the budget. I'm not like complaining that there weren't more special effects or more anything. I don't have a problem with that. I thought the practical effects were actually pretty cool. But it, for me, like, it wasn't scary. It didn't feel like a horror movie. It wasn't narratively very interesting. So it wasn't clear if you were supposed to go see it for the story, because there's like nothing new. It was just kind of weird retconning of a couple things, and then like they leave it on like, I think it's supposed to be a conclusive end, but let's be real, it's not, because they're setting it up to also do a sequel, probably with a bigger budget. And I think the practical effects were really cool, but part of the like cinematography, the direction and blocking, where they clearly just have guys in the suits walking like this, and I'm like, if they had changed the angle of the shot a little bit and then had the movements a little sharper, it could have been better. But like there were just so many little things like that where it didn't really tie together that well for me. But it was fun. And that's the thing. Even though it was a bad movie, it was still fun. And I think it's the same problem the gaming industry is in, or is facing right now, where we have this weird perception that if a game is not a 9 or a 10, it's not worth playing. And that's not true. Like, you can have a 7 out of 10 that is good fun and worth playing. You can have a 6 out of 10 that honestly is really fun. What was the, like, Stronghold Crusader is one of those kind of like mech games that I've played a lot of. I just have fun with it, honestly. It's just, I don't know why, I just enjoy it. Or like, what's another one that's like kind of meh, that's pretty good? I'm looking through my Steam library right now. What is a kind of mech? I mean, I guess maybe another one you could point to is like Days Gone has a lot of issues. The Just Cause games are probably the best example I could think of, because they're just like, they're not very good. The stories are terrible. The gameplay is repetitive and stuff, but they're just fun because stuff blows up and gets crazy and outrageous. And it's just good fun, you know, but it's not trying to be amazing. It's like proudly a 6 or 7 out of 10. But you can have a lot of fun. You're drinking the new Red Bull flavor. Well, you see this behind me? Oh, behind the light box. Gotta turn that down. So I have two. They're holding down the mic stand. Red Bull sent me 4. How many are in those? So it's 4 in each, and there's 6 of them. So there's 24 in that. And then they sent me, they sent me 4. Did they send me? No, they sent me 4 of them. So yeah, they sent me like 100 Red Bull. Of all different flavors. Some of the new flavor, the like plum or pear cinnamon, and then the blueberry, which is my favorite, and then the tropical one, and then this like, I forget what that one's called. It's one of the new ones. But yeah, shout out to Red Bull. Much love. Dead Island is mad, but I love it. Yeah. For me, it's like also Batman Arkham Origins has a lot of problems, but it's fun, you know, and it's worth playing. And I just think so often people shove themselves into a corner where they're not going to have a good time because they are like convinced that if it's not a 9 or a 10, it's not worth playing, and that's just not true. It's just not true. And so with the films, it's the same thing though. It's like either it has to be critically praised or it has to do $1 billion, and there's no in between. You can't have anything. Like, what's been really interesting to me though is the collapse of Marvel. Like, Marvel were at the tippy top of everything for a good long while, and recently they've just totally floundered, you know? They're just like, they cannot get a hit. And honestly, like, I went to see Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness just because I like Benedict Cumberbatch and Doctor Strange. He's the only Marvel hero I really find interesting. But they have just steadily caused that franchise to just collapse. And it's fantastically amazing to watch. It's just amazing. Like, the Marvels is coming out. I don't even know when. I have so little interest in watching it that like I couldn't even tell you when it launches, but I think it's relatively soon, and it's expected to just totally flop. They keep making the same movie. That's what it feels like to me. And I'm like, honestly, the completion of the story arc from like the original Iron Man all the way to Endgame was really cool. I mean, there was a lot of filler in there, let's be honest. There were some movies, if you cut them out, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But overall, they were telling one big story. But yeah, it was just like, with now that story is ended, basically, they're trying to move on and create another generation. And I don't know. Like, it's just odd. A preamp for the mic? I mean, it's a normal question. Rumor Beastia, I'm not sure. Are you talking to me? Oh, wait, hold on. Preamp on the mic. Yeah, I have a cloud lifter. It's just out of frame. It's like right there. It's just out of frame. But yeah, I have a cloud lifter going to the Go XLR, which now they don't support these anymore, which is big bummer. But they have like a couple of variations. Rode has one that's a really good alternative to this. But yeah, you just run a cable from this to the cloud lifter, run 48 volts to it, and then that to the mic, and you're good to go. This thing is capable of powering it by itself, but it sounds like there's the potential for a little bit of static buildup. So I usually just have a separate cloud lifter. Super easy. And a cloud lifter is always a good thing to have, because if you ever want to go with something like an RE20, which yes, I just have sitting on my desk, it's easy to just swap to it. It's just a good thing to have for dynamic mics like this. And am I going to play the new Invincible? I don't have it on my to-do list. But if enough people are interested, I am down to add it to the to-do list. The MCU made Spider-Man Tony Stark's sidekick. I think it's because they saw Tom Holland as the like transitionary character, and they're like, okay, people love him. We can use him to bridge the gap between the old guard and the new guard. And then like Tom Holland was in 15 movies in 6 months, and now he's kind of taking a break. He's letting the pedal off the gas a little bit. And he'll be back probably for another Spider-Man movie, and he'll be back to do Uncharted 2 or whatever. We'll see. But yeah. Yeah. Drinner, thank you so much. Afternoon Luke, did you play Trepang 2? I don't know what that is. Trepang 2. Let's say I just Googled it. First person shooter, published by Team 17. Yeah, I haven't seen this. I have it pulled up in a tab. I'll check it out. I'll check it out later. Interesting. It has good reviews. And I think the next 3 Tom Holland Tom Holland movies. We'll probably introduce Miles Morales so that Tom can leave. Yeah, he's already kind of said a few times things that make it sound like he doesn't want to just do the blockbuster thing constantly. He's already got enough money, you know. Like, why does he need it? I don't think he does. Oh, Chloe, all the chats mixed together here. So, like, if there's one message that comes in Kick, it's, you know, surrounded by all of the others on Twitch and YouTube. So I'll try to get to them. But we have, you know, hundreds of people watching across everything, so it's hard to get to everybody. Thoughts on people thinking Daniel Radcliffe might play Wolverine? Do people think that? Oh, that could actually, I could see that being actually pretty good. I love Daniel Radcliffe. I'll tell you what, we've been watching The Miracle Workers, and that show, it's like an anthology. So every season is in a different time period, but it's got Daniel Radcliffe, Steve Buscemi's in it. Like, it's actually pretty good and just outrageous. But yeah, that show is very experimental, very crazy. It's really, really cool. My question is, does he want to do another big blockbuster series? He might not. Like, right, recently he's just wanted to do the smaller stuff, the smaller indie stuff where he can just have fun with it. And so he might not like the idea of getting involved with another like multi-billion-dollar series. And honestly, the directors and stuff might not like it, because it's like, oh, Harry Potter is Wolverine. You know, they just don't want to deal with that. It's got to be tough being typecast by the time you're like 12, where for the rest of your life, people will only ever know you as this one thing. Don't laugh at Daniel Radcliffe as Wolverine until you've Googled the mock-ups of him. Hold on. Daniel Radcliffe, Wolverine. Okay, I'll pull these pictures up. Hold on. And then, hold on, I'm looking. There was one photoshopped that I thought was pretty good. Where is it? Okay, a couple of these are worse than others, but there's a couple that are pretty good. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, this one's fine. Open image in new tab. Okay. So this is the first comparison. It's a little blurry, but Daniel Radcliffe is ripped. This is from Miracle Workers. He is like ripped out of his mind. He's very, very buff. And then like this is something somebody combined and photoshopped in. Honestly, I could see it. I remember listening to an interview with Hugh Jackman asking him if he would ever return to do like another Logan prequel or something like that. And he was like, honestly, probably not. He's like, I don't think people understand how insanely draining it is to do a film like that, because like to maintain that level of rippedness with all the veins and everything exploding out of you, you have to like manage every ounce of water coming in and going out. Like you have to track every little bitty thing. And it's just exhausting. He's like, I can't even tell you. There would be times when we would film a scene and then the next day we were going to have a shirtless scene. And so because we were going to film a shirtless scene, I couldn't drink water for like the rest of the evening because I needed to basically shrink wrap my skin around my body to make it look even better. You also have to take supplements, let's be real. Oh yeah, no, all of these guys do, but supplements only get you so far. Like supplements, even steroids only get you so far. It's still mostly about diet. Like the big thing that bodybuilders will tell you, and I've got a couple of family members that are like professional bodybuilders, and the thing that they've all said is that it is overwhelmingly like bodybuilding is a full-time job. And so they say, if you want to be successful at bodybuilding, you're in the gym maybe 2-3 hours a day, but the other 23 or not 23, 21, 22 hours a day, you have to be obsessively focused on your diet, on what you're drinking, on all of those little things, on the supplements, everything else. And so for these guys to do these films where they have to be like super freaking shredded for 3 months straight, like they have to drink a very specific amount of water. They cannot have a single snack over what they're allowed. Like it is extremely regimented, and I can see why it would be exhausting. And then on top of it, like imagine not being able to eat a full meal, not being able to drink the water you need to drink to not feel dehydrated, and then being like, okay, and then you have to wake up at 4 a.m. and then go do a big 2-hour workout and then go film a movie sitting on set for 12 hours and then go to bed. And again, you can't eat or drink really much of anything. Like I could see how it would be exhausting. I get it. You know, I can understand it. Rayfar, thank you for the 5, my friend. Hey, Luke, been listening to your vids on my daily hour-long school commutes, and I really enjoy your insight and passion about games. Peace and love. See, oh, no, that's different. I was like, the second I read it, they pop. I don't know. Thank you for the 5. And I mean, I appreciate you. Thank you for listening and watching. And also an hour-long school commute. That's dedication, my friend. Good for you. Good for you. And you're making millions from it. Well, exactly. They are like all of this. It's like, yeah, cry me a river, build a bridge and get over it. You know, it's the same thing with like streamers and YouTubers. Like, let me be very clear. I'm living the actual dream. Like at one point I had a dream. I was doing what I'm doing at this very moment, and it was my career, and it was an actual dream. You know, it didn't feel real. And now I'm living it. It's the actual dream, you know? That's weird.
Rayfar donated $5 through Super Chat.
You know?
Hey, Luke. I've been listening to your
So yeah, I want to be clear. This is the actual dream come true, and I owe it all to you guys. But that's why it's all the funnier to me when I hear streamers and stuff and YouTubers like whining about random stuff. And they're like, I had to wake up at 9 a.m. to start streaming today. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It's like, how out of touch are you? How out of touch? Like, you realize there's people that have to wake up at 4 a.m. to go into work at 5 a.m. and then they work a 12-hour shift, and then they pick up more shifts at the part-time job they take on because they can't afford to pay their bills or provide for their family unless they have 2 jobs. So they work like 16 to 18 hours in a day, sleep for 5 hours a night, and that's all they do to provide for themselves and their families. And then you're going to complain about waking up at 9 a.m. Like what? Yeah, I lose all respect for people when they are that out of touch anymore. You know, it's just, it's crazy to me. It's crazy. Like I understand for some of these people, they've been doing it for like years and years. And so for them to wake up at 9 a.m. feels like a real struggle. But it's like, get over yourself. Get over yourself. You know? We're all very fortunate. Maybe it's just because recently-ish, I was doing the hour and 15-minute commute down to Denver every single day, and then the hour and 15 drive back. Usually it was a little longer on the way back because rush hour. But, yeah, I remember waking up at 6, leaving by 7, getting back to the apartment by like 8:30, maybe playing an hour of games, and then going to bed. And doing that 5 to 6 days a week. Like, yeah, it's a grind. It's a real grind. Red Dead Dovahkiin, I am working on it. It is a trudge, man. I'll tell you what. I have tried to just roll back into it and just like, okay, I just need to do a handful of more videos, handful more like little clips. I have to explore this area. I need to do this quest line again because I didn't record it last time. And like all these random little things. And every time I load into the game, it just instantly gives me a headache. It's just like, oh my God. Again, cry me a river, Luke. You're playing games for a living. I know. I know. It's just it's not that easy to collect all the random stuff we need to collect, because there's give them credit, there is a lot of stuff to Starfield. I mean, there's a lot of game there. And Sean, Jesus, thank you, Sean. Sean gifted 5 memberships to the community over on YouTube. Thank you, my friend. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Thank you, Sean. That's very generous. And Stefan, thank you for the super chat. Also very generous. Again, is it what I'm wearing? Is it the 16 times the detail shirt?
16 times the detail.
Available at LukeStevensTV.com. You know? Like what? I love how down to earth and aware you are. So many of these streamers think their shit don't stink. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know what it is. You want to see, I did pull this up earlier because we were talking about something. I did see one guy, he wasn't even like a very big streamer at the time either. Do you guys remember this? It was a Twitch panel. He's not even like a very big streamer. I think at the time he might have been getting like 80 viewers at a time, but he's out on a panel for some reason. And just like, watch how he answers this question, okay? Just when you think it's gonna be at its worst, like he makes it way worse. Like he somehow manages to make himself out to be just a horrible person. Yeah, you remember this? Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. Watch this for anybody who's new.
I look for streamers that I
Stefan
want to
Constantine
relate to them.
Dimitrov.
I want them to be witty. I want them to be cool. I want them to have that unique aspect
Okay.
that all of us strive to have. But I need there to be a little bit of a relationship because I don't want to talk to a fucking wall.
Okay, but well, part of the thing for me is I
So I
simply don't want my.
So I think this panel was on, like, at this point they were discussing the sort of parasocial relationship with streamers and their audience, because like you've seen it, especially with like cam girls and stuff, where guys will be in their chats sending them tons of money and they start to think of themselves as like this person's boyfriend or best friend, and it creates this weird kind of stilted relationship where to the streamer it's not that, it's this person sending me money is being very generous to support me and the content, but like we're not dating. You know? And so I think they're discussing that, but just watch how he responds, because how I think most streamers would respond to this is like, listen, we love the community. I love talking with the community. I love interacting with you guys. I like seriously miss it when we don't get to do streams like this, because I love it. It's like hanging out with my buddies. It just is relaxing to me and fun, and I like hearing about people's plans. Some people are like going to school, or like we'll have one person who's like, oh, I'm going in to get my driver's test today, and we're like, good luck, and then he comes back in the stream later and it's like, I passed. Stuff like that is super cool, and I love it. And I think it's important to stress how much I enjoy that part. Of course there's restrictions and things like, yeah, it's not cool if you show up to my house. That's a line that we have to draw for sake of safety and all of that, because I don't know the difference between a serial killer and just a fan that wants to like say hi, so we have barriers like that established. But I think most people, 99.9% of people, understand that distinction. I think the people that don't get it are in a tiny minority, and that minority can be addressed by just careful consideration, protecting your information, not doxing yourself, stuff like that, like I don't think it's something you have to stress that much about.
Okay,
but watch how he answers this question.
Well, part of the thing for me is I specifically don't want my viewers to have any kind of relationship with me.
Fair.
So like that's like it kind of works out, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of like I'm hitting my goal, but
No, you totally are.
And as weird as that sounds, and it's like it's kind of like low key like God complex kind of thing, is I don't feel like many of my viewers should relate themselves to me because, and this is like super.
Again, already not great. Just wait. He's going to make it so much worse. Just you wait.
Like kind of like, God like kind of weird is like I do think of myself as better than or not better, but like bigger.
This is going
there's
sideways.
no good way to say this. I think of myself as like above the average person, so I don't feel like many people could relate to me. As like bad as that sounds, I know, but like that's just.
And like the panel goes on. This is a 1 minute clip of the panel. It goes on and on and on. And it's just him saying like, yeah, I think I am way better than most people. And so I don't think people should try to be looking up to me in that way because they'll just never be able to be on my level. It's like, bro. And everybody else on the panel is like, stop. This is getting so bad. You know, it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And he kept going. I think we looked him up last time we pulled up this thing. And he, let's see. I don't know if they listed his name, but we did look him up and he hadn't streamed in like 5 months. He had plummeted. He was down at like, you know, I think this pretty much imploded his chance of being a big streamer just because people saw this and were like, you openly discuss and admit you have a god complex unironically. Like I think if XQC was like, oh my god, dudes, I have a god complex and I think I'm way better than everybody else, we'd be like, okay, well, that's XQC. He's a little nuts. And we just move on with our day. But part of what makes it particularly cringy is that, like, you're not talking about XQC. Honestly, if XQC or Mr. Beast, if Mr. Beast said, I think I have a god complex. Sorry, I have to do it like Mr. Beast. Hey guys, today I have a god complex and we're building 150 wells of water on the moon. I think we'd all understand it. It would be like, yeah, well, he's Mr. Beast. I get it. But like, this is a streamer that's like on his way. He's climbing the ladder. What are the chances he's on Rumble right now? Probably pretty high. But like, he's, with all due respect, he's still a pretty small creator. And so like, even for me to do something like, we have pretty big YouTube channels. And I think that this would be so freaking cringe if like I were to unironically think this would be insane to say. Like, again, if you are the top creator on the entire platform, maybe you could justify it and we'd be like, yeah, it's cringe, but it's not like, it's not crazy. Like, yeah, Mr. Beast having a god complex with his like top of the world status as a YouTuber. I at least get it. I get what he's saying. But for this guy who's like, you know, pretty low tier compared to those guys, it just does not it doesn't make sense, you know? It's bizarre. It's just bizarre. So that kind of imploded his career. What was the other one? There was another really, really funny one. Where? Oh yeah, it was this like side by side. Just watch this. Watch this side by side. Okay, Sweeney TV clipped it together. Watch this. This is like the difference between a well-established streamer and somebody who's down to earth, okay? Just watch this.
When it comes to streamers, I feel like there's two different types. There's this type.
How did my whole speech about how I need subs and to get the stream going if you like the content, blah, 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 how that results in 0 subs? There are regulars here. $5 a month. How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5? I don't know. What are you doing with your life where you have hours of time to watch Twitch and not $5 to provide for the content that you're watching?
So it's a little entitled. Luke, you need to berate us more. Sorry, Brandon. Sorry, I'll get on it. No, I think she's still going. Does anybody know who that is? I think she's still like a pretty big streamer. Wasn't she joking though? No, she's done it like 5 or 6 times. Like, she's done it like 5 or 6 times. I forget her name, but because obviously I'm not that interested in that kind of stuff. But yeah, she's done it like many times. She's just like an e-beggar type. But then watch this, like the most wholesome dude ever. Watch this.
And then there's this type.
Wait, did someone give some subs?
Ah, bro, you didn't have to. Can I give that money back? Kia ora. Is there any way I can give their money back? Oh, you too, and through. Once again, I'm telling you, you don't have to sub. Like, you don't have to. You can watch the stuff for free. Like, that's the best thing you can do. Can you, like, hold on to your fella's money? We're in the midst of a lockdown. Use it on your family, not me. By the way, mate, you have a...
Yeah, in the middle of COVID, too. He's like, save your money for you and your family. Don't spend it on me.
Oh, 1,000 followers. What the hell? Where's your donate button, Liam? Don't worry about the donation button. Just come and watch. Thank you, everyone that contributed to getting us to this point in our stream.
If you were to choose one.
So freaking sweet. Like, he just puts a smile on your face, you know? He just makes you want to, like, hug him. You know? And there's, like, it is funny. There are two different kinds of streamers. And like, I think that there are the types that are greedy like that. And, you know, what's perhaps tragic is that they, like, that kind of thing works for some reason. I think, who was it? I think it was Mizkiff. Mizkiff was asked, you per, like, viewers per stream, you are lower than a lot of other people that have similar sub numbers. So like if he has, I don't know how many viewers, he has like 10, 15,000 concurrent at any given time. And they were like, you have that, but then there's these other channels that have like 20,000 concurrent and they don't have as many subs as you. Why do you think that is? And he just straight up said, well, it's because I tell chat to sub, otherwise I'm going to shut the stream off. And then they do. So like, that was his answer. And apparently it's true. Like, he just says, hey guys, if you don't send me 15 subs right now, I'm going to stop the stream. And then somebody gives 15 subs and he's like, okay, thanks. We'll keep going. And that's just how he does it. Like, it's just how they do it. Like, I don't know how you could do that and not slowly die inside, but I don't know. So her watchers are masochists, liking her, berating them. So apparently there is a term. Let me see if I can ask. ChatGPT will know what it's called. Hold on. What's the term? Okay. Are you ready for this? This is straight off of ChatGPT. I asked it, what is the term for someone who likes being financially dominated? Because there is an actual term for this, okay? And I'm not just making it up, okay? I'm for real. Drinner, thank you for the 5, by the way. Really appreciate you. No one streams straight to our hearts like you, Luke. Thank you. Yeah, I inject it right in there, baby. Right in there.
16 times the detail.
16 times the pay pig. Or whatever. Squick the goat, thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. I like it too. And also Red Dead Dovahkiin, I don't remember if I shouted it out or not, but thank you for subbing with Prime. Thank you. So the term for someone who derives pleasure from being financially dominated is, quote unquote, a pay pig. This term is often used in the context of BDSM and fetish communities, where a submissive person, the pay pig, enjoys giving money and gifts to a dominant partner, often referred to as the financial dominatrix or the findom. The findom. In the case of a female financial dominatrix. This form of financial submission is a psychological and sexual expression for some individuals. So straight up, there are some people who have like a kink, like a sexual kink for giving money to streamers and having the streamer still say they need more. And then for them to like need to send them more to provide for them. Like, there is straight up an actual psychological thing where people have like a fetish for being so financially important to somebody and being in that submissive position where they have to pay out to people. It's weird. It's weird, but there is a big thing. And that explains these kinds of streamers that you see. You know? That is how this happens. Because everybody watches those clips of somebody being like, if you don't send me 10 subs in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to shut off the stream. This is ridiculous, guys. I need to be a millionaire, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, why on earth would people then send the money? But it's because there are people that actually have like a fetish for being talked down to like that and then sending people that do that money. It's weird. I agree. Yeah, you find them as like a punishment. Yeah. Wait, who is the pay pig? The one who is paying the streamer. So like if I am watching XQC and XQC is like, everybody, oh my God, chat, I need 10,000 subs right now. And like he's berating us and is like telling the chat that we're not being supportive of his content or whatever. He doesn't really do it. He doesn't really have to. People just throw money at him anyways. But like if there was a streamer who was more commanding, like a DSP type, or like that chick who's just like, it's $5 a month. Give me $5 a month for my time. You know, you guys are disrespecting me. If I got like pleasure out of being talked down to like that, I would send her money. And then she does it again and tells me that she needs more money. Like that gives you weird pleasure. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Sorry, Flicka Gaming. Yeah, that's fair. This is probably a very weird time to pop in. We were talking about some of these crazy, cringy streamers that like milk their audiences for money. And we went and ChatGPT found the official term and explanation for why people will still give money to streamers that treat them so terribly, and it's because it's like an actual fetish, weirdly. Like for some people it's an actual thing that they get off of, which is, again, my brain doesn't work like that. I don't understand why that would be like pleasurable, but there's just something. Yeah. PayPig sounds like a crappy version of PayPal. Yeah, we should make PayPig. Imagine if it was like a Patreon alternative, PayPig. Support me on PayPig today, guys. What's the official term? I think the official like psychological term is like a fetish for financial domination. And it's odd, but it's probably the same kind of thing. Like some of these like rich old guys that get like the trophy wife that spends all their money. But then they also get like the hot wife that they can say is their wife and whatever. They probably also get off on being financially dominated, where they're the ones providing for their lifestyle and it's their money that makes them happy and that gives them pleasure. You know, it's weird. It's weird. PayPig sounds like a South Park rip on PayPal. Yeah, I think it technically, like that is an internet slang term for it, but I think the official term would just be a fetish for financial domination, which is weird. People are really weird. Yeah. You can always find like-minded people on the internet, even if you are looking for weirdos. Yeah, the internet is a very, very big place. Tell you what. Oh yeah, the impression is close, but lacks the foot on the table. Yeah, that's true. It's like, I have to sit in the chair like a gargoyle and then I'll have my XQC impression down pat. I'll tell you what. Okay. Let's shift. Let's talk politics. No way. It's like we talked about when the Hogwarts Legacy was coming out. I was like, guys, this is a gaming channel. You should never go to a gamer asking for like political advice or opinions or financial advice or opinions. Like, I'll tell you what I think about finance because I find it interesting. I have a bachelor's degree in it, so I like talking about it. But politics, religion, that stuff, like, why would you listen to me? Like, I have zero credibility. I'm just a guy. Like, do I think that I have like strong opinions on a lot of stuff, but I don't think that this is the place to share them. Like on members only streams or sub only streams and stuff, we could talk about it. Sure. Like, whatever, like it's a more intimate session, but when we're just talking about games or pop culture and stuff, like nobody should care what I think about anything. You know, like nobody should care. But anyway, yeah, every streamer is expected to have a take on a political issue. And that's why we just, if you want to talk politics, that's okay. But I'd like to think I understand my place better than that, which is that you shouldn't listen to anything I have to say. Yeah, members only streamer Luke solves the error of Israeli conflict. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Yeah, imagine. Actually, I saw it was, I think it was Wings of Redemption. He was on a stream and he went off and spent like 10 minutes talking about how terrorism isn't a thing. And like, he started like weirdly, it sounded like he was defending 9/11 and like a bunch of stuff that was not okay. And he's like, I'm not saying it was okay. I'm just saying it makes a lot of sense. We're like, dude, stop. Just shut up. It was so bad. Like, you're supposed to be playing video games. My God. Anyway. You guys remember, sorry, we're shifting gears into a new segment. You guys remember like a year ago, when we had just like started this live stream clips channel and all this stuff, we were checking kind of the updates relating to another streamer that was suffering under some allegations. Okay, people said that she was cheating in a particular video game called Warzone. They said that she might be using aimbot with a pedal under the desk. She might also be using like a VPN, which if you don't know why that's a big deal, VPNs can be used in these games to put yourself in another territory or zone, which can then mean that you're playing against much easier lobbies. So like say you're playing in Tampa and my Queen Nadia. Yeah. Queen Nadia. Like if you're playing in Tampa, Florida, then you could set your zone with a VPN to like Japan in the middle of the night when basically nobody's playing. So you then get really, really easy lobbies. And then while you're streaming, you can look really, really good at the game because you have 30 kills and wow, you're so good at the game. And you combine that with some of the other stuff that might be going on. And all of a sudden you look like a really, really good streamer, even though you're not that good at it. Well, there were all sorts of allegations of cheating. There's all sorts of stuff. And I have not kept up with it recently, but apparently there are some updates to what's happening and what's gone on. And we're going to see Cinderella. We're going to see what's going on. Now, I will say at the outset, I think she handled it as well as you possibly could have. Personally, I am convinced that she was at the very least using VPNs regularly, because she was caught. Like there were streamers in Brazil or YouTubers in Brazil making videos on like, or no, it was somebody making a tutorial on how to use a VPN to get easier lobbies in Warzone, and they set their lobby to Brazil. And guess who killed them in the game? Nadia, with the exact same ID tag. She was streaming at the time, and she killed them in a Brazilian lobby, even though she's playing in Tampa Bay, Florida. How does that happen? There is no explanation for it other than she's using a VPN. So, I think she definitely was using VPNs. As for whether she was using aimbots and stuff, I am not sure about that. There definitely was some weirdness in some clips that I've seen, but you know, she always said it was just a frame glitch or something. You know, she always had an excuse, but who knows? But over time, you know, she doubled down. She owned it. She's like, yeah, guys are just jealous that I'm better at Warzone than them. And she would always start her videos, check me out. I am the #1 Warzone player in the world. Look at this kill cam. And like, even with VPNs and stuff, she was not the #1 player in the world at all, but it got some attention. There were also some really, really funny clips of her like playing at event. There it is. Of her playing at like a LAN event that they hosted for Call of Duty. And honestly, the clips were pretty damning. I mean, I don't know why you go to a LAN event if you're not very good at the game, because you're always cheating. Like, all of a sudden, she can't hit her shots. Her aim is terrible out of nowhere while she's playing live. And like, the whole thing was really, really weird. It was like, I don't know if you guys are involved with like the live stream community or the speedrun community. You guys remember like way back in the day, like 2012, 13, 14, somewhere in there, there was a guy who was like a huge cheater in the Halo speedrunning community. And he went to Awesome Games Done Quick and tried to perform speedruns live, even though he had no idea what he was doing. So like, there was a speed run expected to take 2 hours to complete. He completed it in like 4.5 hours and had to change it to easy or normal difficulty, even though it's supposed to be like the hardest difficulty, complete the whole game in 2 hours. It took him 4 hours on normal. You know, there were all sorts of things like that going on. And it just is always baffling that like, they know that they're cheating. They know that they're not playing legit. And yet they choose to go somewhere where live they can be exposed. It just doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. And so, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff with Nadia. But it seems like a lot of this has started to catch up with her. And a lot of people have kind of moved on and stopped watching her for the lulz. And I'm not sure where she's at now. So we will see. Let's see where our friend Nadia's at.
Toxicity, doxing, fake content, and OnlyFans. Nadia has quite a reputation in the Call of Duty community. All of these factors resulted in Nadia becoming one of the most
I'm a professional YouTuber and streamer, by the way.
hated female streamers on the internet. And despite her destroying her reputation multiple times throughout the years, she has no plans to stop sabotaging herself anytime soon. In fact, she did not only go from being the self-proclaimed best female Warzone player to a soulless hot tub streamer that collaborates with controversial figures, but also decided to expose the official publisher of Call of Duty in the process. So, this probably leaves you wondering, what on earth is going on with her? Well, it's time to find out. The career of Nadia officially started on the 20th of January in 2021.
Which, to her credit, I mean, I think she blew up within a year of starting. And she, at her peak, was making like $20,000+ a month. Probably more than that, because I think she had 15,000 subs at the peak. And that doesn't even count like subs or rather donations and things. She was easily making, probably when everything was counted, like $50,000+ a month within a year of starting streaming. And that, however she did it, I think it was through, you know, some problematic gameplay, but she also knew how to double down on it and how to meme on it, and it caused clips to go viral. And she kind of was a poster child for there's no such thing as bad press. You know, even if people think that you're cheating and all this, at least her name's getting out there. And to be fair, I know her name. We're watching a video on her downfall right now, and all she's ever done is like hot tub streams and Call of Duty content with VPNs and stuff to look better than she is, you know, like.
When she decided to go live for her first ever Twitch stream and managed to rack in a total of 12 average viewers with it. It didn't mean much, but it was a start. And after consistently streaming around 100 hours per month, she started gaining quite a following while playing her favorite game, Call of Duty. She was very good at it and had no problem in communicating this to her viewers, putting Haiku Games with all caps in her titles and labeling herself as better than her viewers' favorite male streamer.
Yeah, better than your favorite male streamer. And guess what that does? It gets the male streamers or the male viewers to come in and be like, no, but it doesn't matter. Like, viewers are viewers.
Tournaments, wagers, and slaying out in public.
Like 813 subs. It's not bad. That'll do. It's a lot more than like we have. Granted, like we're not trying, like we do this for fun. Like the live stream channel, like this Luke Stevens Live YouTube channel, and the Twitch channel and everything. If you factor in the cost for like cutting together the stream clips and like paying all the editors, paying the editor for making all the TikToks off of them and stuff, like I think we've only broken even 1 month since starting this. And that was back the month that we had Hogwarts Legacy launch, because we had like a few streams with 2,000-3,000 people in chat and those just exploded. But, Yeah, it's like, but I'm not worried about it. It's not a big deal because the main channel makes good money. Like, we're fine. But yeah, I mean, 813 subs is really not bad. Wait, am I reading that right? Hold on. Does this say what I think it does? Top dono, W person something, $3,012.16. Is that the goal? Who has a goal of $3,012.16? What? Bro, remember what we were talking about earlier? The pay pigs, financial domination. That's the top dono. Either way, Jesus Christ almighty.
Matches. There was nothing that Nadia couldn't do, and alongside her rising viewership, criticism and hate also began forming slowly. She started getting talked about in the community, and even got accused of wall hacking by viewers.
Wait, hold on, what was that? I want to say it. Hey, don't take this personally, but since been seeing ya come up a bit lately, this isn't me trying to expose you or anything, but you gotta hide the walls a bit better. If I can spot them, someone will eventually catch on. Good luck out there. Ooh, that's hardcore. Now, what she, again, like accusing somebody of wall hacks, which again, if you're not familiar, basically just means like while you're playing, on your main like stream camera that you would see here, you don't see anything. It looks like a regular game, but when you have wall hacks on, the streamer or the player would be able to see like red boxes around where enemies are, and you can basically just see through walls. So the other players can't see you inside this building, but you can see them. So all of a sudden, you know, you'll see quick pivots where she knows exactly where this guy is. So like she rushes in here. I don't know if she spotted somebody or if she heard them, but you notice she knew exactly where they were very, very quickly. So like that might be a little sussy. Who knows? Maybe she can just hear them well. But it's a big accusation. But there definitely were a lot of random things that were popping up that did not look totally above board, you know.
About in the community, and even got accused of wall hacking by viewers. But she used this negative energy to fuel herself even more. And a month later, this began bearing fruit, as she finally started averaging over 100 viewers on Twitch. It seems like nothing could go wrong for Nadia, as she simultaneously established herself as the best female Call of Duty player by winning girl-only tournaments and setting world records.
Hold on, what's the...
Was the best female Call of Duty player by winning girl-only tournaments.
Champ of the last Verdansk attorney, all female $5,000 customs. I never even realized until recently that this was a thing. Like people go in and do like private tournaments in Warzone and make like thousands of dollars doing it. Like that's part of what they do for their stream, but it's also part of what they do just for a living. Like they just stream themselves doing tournaments and kicking like absolute ass. It's kind of crazy.
And setting world record.
This female gamer just beat the world record. 44 kills. Okay. Yeah, you remember when everyone had the same thumbnail like template for all of their Warzone stuff? I think it started with like Nick Merckx and Tim the Tatman. Like they had this style of thumbnail, and so everybody did it. And it was just a big skull with the big numbers, and then the lines indicating speed and velocity, and then they crank the saturation. You know, it was a common thing back in the day, 2 years ago. You know, way back when.
Records. And 2022 was going to be even better for her. This was because she did not only make the top 100 for the Phase 1 challenge.
Oh yeah, I guess you submit to Phase. By the way, hold on. I just realized I don't think I ever shared the link for this video. Hold on just a second. Here's the video. Go send the creator some love, okay? I'll put it on Twitch too. And yeah. Go send them some love. Anybody that's able to sift through all of this Nadia content deserves a little bit of credit.
Which she luckily didn't end up winning for her own sake.
Oh yeah,
Make
FaZe.
the top 100 for the Phase 1 challenge, which she luckily
Yeah, FaZe. How anybody thought that it was a good idea to buy FaZe is amazing. Like, honestly, to me, it seems like there's probably, if they could find like communications or something, they could probably file charges. Because this whole thing was basically that FaZe issued an IPO, which is an initial public offering. And basically that just means they share or sell a chunk of their company cut up into shares to the open public, and anybody can buy them. And who gets the money from those initial sales? Well, FaZe, the company, does. They pocket all that cash. But what they also do is for the owners all get whatever their percentage of ownership is. They get those shares of FaZe as well. So like, I don't know how much Nick Merckx owns of FaZe. Like if he owns 50% or 60%, whatever it is, he would get 50% of all of the shares available for FaZe. So during that initial public offering, what a lot of these guys who owned FaZe did is they just quickly dumped their shares to all of their fans and viewers who are buying up shares because they like FaZe. You know, they like FaZe, so they'll buy up some shares because they want to support their favorite esports team. And then it plummets in value because it's not a real company that generates revenue. Like it's just a meme stock, basically. And they lose all of their money, but those initial guys who dumped their shares early on, they made a ton of money off of it. Why is it still public? I'm pretty sure it was delisted. I'm pretty sure FaZe was delisted. They've gotten a notice of delisting a few times. I don't know if it ever officially was. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was delisted. Anyway, yeah, it's called a pump and dump. Yeah, in this case, it's like, it's specifically pumping it up to your fans and then dumping it to your fans, which is even scummier. You know, it's just like if you're going to screw somebody over, to do it to your own fans is just another level of ridiculousness. Like it's worse than like screwing over some Wall Street guys, because like nobody's going to feel bad for them. But like your 15-year-old fans, come on. Oh, so Logan Paul, yeah.
didn't end up winning for her own sake, but also because she reached 500,000 followers on TikTok and suddenly gained over 100,000 followers on Twitch while
Yeah, I think it was mostly TikTok that blew her up. But like you even see here in this clip, she's got 5,600 subs. So like, again, it just goes to show you, for a lot of these creators that put out videos of themselves, like maybe it looks like they're cheating, maybe it looks like they're just obnoxious or whatever, they benefit in a major way just from the attention. So sometimes with these creators going to the comments and being like, oh, it looks like you're cheating, or oh, you're being toxic, whatever, sometimes that doesn't actually help. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just hit the little 3 dots and say, do not recommend creator. They feed off of the attention. Like that's what they do. Yeah, we've come full circle back to Nadia. I thought it was only right. It's been about a year since we started this, so seemed right.
followers on TikTok and suddenly gained over 100,000 followers on Twitch while averaging over 1,500 viewers at the same time. However, this was also the moment where Nadia's reputation started declining, as with the rapid surge in popularity also came a lot of sexism. She became the butt of your regular women belong in the kitchen joke that went completely viral on TikTok with nearly
what it's like to be a woman in gaming. This is Nadia, one of the fastest growing female streamers in COD of Warzone, hits a nasty clip, and the first thing to happen is a TikTok making fun of her that now has 450,000 likes and nearly 3 million views. So they took a clip of her playing Warzone, cut out the face cam, and put it over a like mobile game or something of doing dishes.
3 million views. And even though she got a lot of support in this situation, opinions were a lot different when she got out.
Is Nadia cheating and walling in Call of Duty Warzone? Singer, actor, Warzone pro. I didn't know she considered herself a singer and actor.
By YouTuber Call of Shame for cheating. You see, Call of Shame was a content creator that based all of his videos around exposing and discussing popular Call of Duty players cheating and exploiting. And although views were already quite decent for this channel, he definitely hit a massive home run when he made his hit piece on Nadia. In this video, he accused her of buying followers as she gained a lot of
rat rankings. Oh no. Oh, that's pretty funny. I just inhaled my own throat. That was weird. Yeah, that's the clip that made her huge. Yeah, it just takes like one big clip that explodes and people are like, oh, we're not going to stand for that. And then they go and follow her just to show support. Even though like it's not always as simple as that. You know, sometimes like they can be the victim of a crappy sexist joke, but still not be worth following. You know, like just because you're the victim of something that sucks does not mean that therefore you are deserving of a ton of other stuff, you know? I do think like we pulled up that clip of this guy. What was it? Call of Shame. Yeah. And he, I think, has done some compelling stuff. Like a lot of the stuff I've seen him put together, I think is compelling. There's other times though, where he'll have clips of like Z-Laner or Symphony and some of these like really, really good players. And it doesn't really seem like he's proven his case. It seems like a lot of the time it's just like, look at this movement and their shots are very accurate. I'm like, yeah, they're playing on controller. Like, yeah, sometimes it sucks, but yeah, aim assist is pretty powerful. Like I think for some of these guys, he doesn't quite prove his case, but I think against Nadia, he did pretty well.
Followers as she gained a lot of them in a single day, covering the kill feed, analyzed her monitor setup and noticed her glancing a lot to a second monitor, and brought the legitimacy of her female world record into question.
The entire game was utterly embarrassing and difficult to watch her get hyped killing toddlers before bath time.
Yeah, I mean, this was the biggest thing, is that it just was not, like, these are not competitive players.
Now canceling this world record claim, absolutely ridiculous.
Like, look at that.
How can we take her serious? Those eyes are everywhere, while she hunts and kills extremely poor Warzone players.
Also showing examples of alleged aimbot and using a VPN to get in bot lobbies. Nadia decided to respond to these accusations a few days later on her YouTube channel, denying everything.
Yeah, and she owned it. To her credit, she like figured out a way to double down on it.
And explaining that it was down to the fact that she grew
Luke is cheating at streaming. He's looking at a second monitor. Yeah, look at him. He keeps glancing.
very rapidly, and that
what bugged me the most about Nadia, though, who cares if she's cheating? Who cares if she's doxing people? Who cares if she's a terrible person? Her saturation on her camera is an insult to my eyes. Like, good God Almighty, turn this down. You guys want to see what this would look like on my stream? Like, look at this. Okay, so this is what it looks like normally. Let me crank. I know she's tan. She's not a carrot, though. Nobody's like orange like that. Look at this. So if I did this and I changed it to vivid saturation 3+. Okay? Look how disgusting this is. Hey guys, it's me, Nadia. Like, this is what it is. This is what it is. It's saturation being cranked. Okay? This is not what a normal human being looks like, even if you are tan. And granted, I am white as the winter snow. But this is what happens when you crank the saturation, and it hurts my eyes. It's terrible. It's terrible. That, I think, is the worst thing about Nadia's content. Everything else is whatever, but that I think is borderline unforgivable, personally.
She's a female. Also saying that she glanced over a lot to look at the mini-map and showed gameplay with a controller cam to prove that she isn't cheating.
She also did something really funny where people were accusing her of having a pedal under the table to like activate aimbot, where it like locks your aim when you press the pedal. So when you're looking around, people are like, are you cheating? Use aimbot. Go, scope, ADS. You just do that. Camera seeing the controller, and it's like, nope, it's not working. Okay. But it's because the pedal's under the desk. So what she did is she put a foot cam on her stream, which is kind of funny. I'll give her some credit. That is a funny way of owning that. And let's be real, there were a lot of people, I'm sure, that enjoyed that foot cam being there. Pigs.
So, this meant that everyone dropped their suspicions and they all lived together happily ever after, right? No, of course not. Because the accusations continued, with Call of Shame making another video, and the mob of hate growing so large.
But you see, like, even as the hate increases and as like the accusations and evidence of her maybe cheating increases, it just gets bigger. The number gets bigger. 12,000 subs. With her Twitch contract, that probably means like $36,000 plus a month. Like what? What? It's a little scary. It's a little crazy. You know? A little crazy.
Large that Nadia even got swatted, which obviously went way too far.
Yeah, and everybody will agree. If you swat somebody, I think you should be facing like attempted murder charges. Minimum. Like, swatting is not funny. It's not a meme. It's not silly, goofy. It's not even trolling. It's attempted murder. Like, your hope is that SWAT comes in and then what? They think that she's like killed somebody and they shoot her. Like, it's not funny. People have actually died as a result of swatting. So swatting is when somebody that's trying to mess with the streamer calls the police department in their local area and claims that like, oh, at this address, I heard screams and cries of, you know, help me, somebody's killing me, somebody killed my family. They'll say something like that to get the police to show up with guns drawn, the SWAT team there, all of that. And they do it to like try to get SWAT to break into their house while they're streaming. And, you know, people have died because they're like, somebody just broke into my house, because they hear the door kick down. They'll grab like their pistol to defend themselves, and the police storm in, see somebody with a gun, and shoot them dead. It's happened. And all just because somebody thinks it's funny to troll. And they have arrested people for doing this, and people have gone away for decades as a result of it, as they should. Have I ever been swatted? No, thankfully I've never been swatted. We try very, very hard to protect our information. So yeah, we try very hard. Yeah, swatting is absolute scumbag behavior. Yeah, it's like another level of depravity. It's something where like I can enjoy watching like the highlights of DSP squirming and scamming his viewers and getting caught for it. I can enjoy watching Nadia slowly get her comeuppance from being kind of toxic, and she also started to like dox people and all that, which is also unacceptable in every way. But nobody deserves this. And luckily in this case, the cops came in and it was diffused very quickly. The cops were cool, but it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
But she used the attention to increase her audience, and many YouTubers started covering her situation. At one point, she completely switched her approach of dealing with these people, giving into their energy by using self-deprecating humor for marketing purposes, and becoming more toxic towards her haters and clapping back at people on Twitter. And in September, she defended herself from the allegations.
Oh, dude, this was so cringe. There was also like, there were times when she would post like fake screenshots of like, you've been banned. She got them off Google and stuff. So she'd pretend that she had been banned just to troll people. So she was trolling the trolls. And that is funny, and it did get attention, you know. Again, she owned it well.
Once again, finally responding to some viral exposing clips made on her.
Yeah, some of these were weird.
You've seen or like heard about before?
Yeah, this is like a frame glitch, and I've seen it multiple times on different like streams.
Yeah, you see how it snaps back.
About it, saying that he doesn't cheat and this happens to him.
Her response for the final clip wasn't the best.
I mean, whoever clipped that cut it right when I was like going up. I mean, I could have had a Yui. I could have just killed like somebody down there and, you know, it would have pinged him. My monitor's right there. I don't know.
But at this point, if you still didn't believe that Nadia was actually cheating, you would definitely feel bad for her and be on her side. And many people actually thought this way as she reached 100,000 subscribers on YouTube and a peak of 6,000 viewers on Twitch in November. But at the end of the year, Nadia would do something that ruined the image of her being this wholesome, innocent streamer full of positivity, as she doxed one of her own viewers.
And in case you're not aware, because I just want to be clear, everybody's following along. The term doxing is like when somebody online shares your personal information, specifically without your consent, right? So like if a streamer gets a donation from somebody that's like a talk to text or a text to speech rather, and it's like kind of a mean message. And they say, well, I just got your PayPal information, and they read off your name, the billing address, and all that. That's doxing, right?
On the 19th of December in 2022, YouTuber Mischief uploaded a video of Nadia doxing one of her viewers as revenge, and she got banned for 14 days as a result.
She not only doxes her fan.
So I just want to say, Daddy Slayer, I know you used your name as Daddy Slayer, and you said, enjoy using cheats. But what you don't know is that when you send me money on PayPal, it actually gives me your full name. So Charlie, thank you for the $1 dono, Charlie.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Honestly, 14-day ban. If it's your first offense, I know some people are like, if you dox somebody at all, it should be a permaban. I will say, like, I could see a potential where somebody honestly does not see the problem. They're like, maybe, well, they gave me their money and they put their name in, so I guess it's fair game for me to then say their name. So maybe somebody could say it was an honest misunderstanding. I think any adult should be well aware that you shouldn't share personal information that was not given freely. But this is why, like, I don't make the policies because it's a headache. But a 14-day ban, okay, don't do it again. I think if you did it again, it should be a permaban because it's been made very clear to you that you don't do this and this is not acceptable. But yeah, it's insane that she would do this thing and this was a good idea. But she did it. 14-day ban and she came back.
But also goes the extra mile and directly incites harassment against said individual.
I hope that for whatever reason you find actual time to do something in your fucking life, because now you look like a fucking idiot. Again, Charlie.
Okay, yeah, she doubled down it, spells his name out. Okay, yeah, permaban her for sure. That was not a quick little like, oh, I saw the chat. Oh, thank you, like David Smith for that. Like this was her spelling it out so people could look him up on social media, try to find where he was and jump him. Like that's, yeah, okay. Permaban. I have zero sympathy. I like try to give people the benefit of the doubt. No, I can't do it there.
If anyone wants to know. And
oh, it just gets worse.
Appreciate that. That will go towards my McDonald's Happy Meal.
The reason for this reaction from Nadia? Multiple donations that called her a cheater. A joke she used in her own TikToks plenty of times. And despite people calling for a permanent ban because of this, she got her ban revoked by Twitch after a whole...
What? 5 hours and 52 minutes later and 5 hours, 52 minutes, and 12 seconds after being banned for clearly maliciously doxing somebody. She's unbanned by Twitch. That is a manual overturn. That is not an automated thing. Automated systems don't overturn things after 5 hours, 52 minutes, and 12 seconds. That was somebody at Twitch overturning her ban manually. Like, this is the one thing about Twitch that I've never understood is why they will actively defend people like this that are so clearly reprehensible, and it makes their brand look so terrible. I just don't understand it. YouTube did it with SS Sniper Wolf as well, where they like dragged their feet and were like, everybody on both sides is you know, a victim here and all this, and it's like, bro, she's like actively doxing other YouTubers. Ban her, or like do something. Ban her for 6 months. That'll teach her real good. Or permaban her. Like, what are we doing? Money loot. But that's the thing is, Twitch in the grand scheme of things, I don't think is making that much money from Nadia. Like, yeah, they're making probably, I don't know, $30,000, $40,000 a month from her. But Twitch cares about millions of dollars. That for Twitch is like a rounding error. That's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. I think what it is that Twitch has like their community rule enforcement staff, and they had some people on that staff in that team that liked Nadia and liked her shoving it to the sexist pigs, right? And so when she got banned, they're like, I'll just put you back in. Because, you doxed like a troll. They had it coming. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's anything more than that they were like, oh, yeah, so we'll do this. Because, like, if money was all that they cared about, they would have tried really hard to keep XQC exclusive. They would have tried really hard to keep Nick Merckx exclusive. Like, Ludwig, all these guys. Like, to them, it's not that big of a deal. It's more about keeping the... It's a team that does not regularly and consistently enforce rules, which is the big thing. They don't ban girls. Look at Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon's done plenty to get banned, is my understanding as well.
6 hours. Nadia uploaded an apology video.
Looking back at it and having the time to reflect, I realized that wasn't the best.
Also, Stefan, thank you for the super chat. I'll get to that in just a minute. I'm sorry. It's been buried in my list. I missed it. But we'll get to that in just a minute.
Way to combat the hate. And I should have played into it how I normally play into like hate comments and stuff, how I troll them back, but I didn't. And like I said, in a moment of weakness, I kind of just said what was on my mind, and I realize now that I shouldn't have done that.
And many fans were still on her side after this incident.
Stay strong. Yeah, see, it's a lot of... I think this was Nadia's core community, which is why the pivot, as we'll see in a minute, to OnlyFans was maybe not the best play. I mean, I don't know what her numbers look like, but like she had a very heavy female community. So if there were any girls out there that were playing Call of Duty, they liked supporting Nadia because she was shoving it to like the sexist guys out there that didn't think a girl could be good at Warzone. And I agree, like there's a lot of sexist guys out there that play Call of Duty. I've been in lobbies where like we're in voice chats and I'm playing with like my wife, Nikki. And the second they hear Nikki's voice, it's unbelievable what some people will say and do. It's crazy. And honestly, it's a bad look for gaming. I think it's pathetic. I think we should all be more mature than that. But that does not mean that Nadia is the best representative of the female gamer community. And I think that was the issue. When you're so focused on, well, it's bigger than just her doxing somebody. It's about what she's doing for the girl gamer community. The second you do that, you start to excuse terrible behavior, and then your standard bearer, the person that you are saying is your representative, looks like a maniac and is like openly doxing people maliciously, you know? Like, it's just because they're afraid to get cooties. I wish that were true. I wish that it was that innocent. But yeah, it's just, I think you have to hold your leaders accountable. Otherwise, like, even if you think, okay, what they did here was really bad, but what they're doing in the big picture is good enough that it justifies it and we can excuse it. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of a deal. And I just think, like, you need higher standards. You can't just excuse malicious doxing.
But her reputation definitely took a huge hit from it, as this was a slip-up that fell out of her regular character. But was it really a slip-up? Because YouTuber Lenza managed to find another instance where Nadia doxed a viewer, yet this one actually flew under the radar.
Yo, Bitmoji Detector, thank you for the $1 dono, I appreciate that. Let's find out your real name. Lucas.
Okay, yeah, she had done it a couple of times at least. And it makes you wonder how many other times was it done that it wasn't clipped. This is before the one we just watched. So this is an older one that wasn't made like viral. So yeah.
And kiss.
The innocent reputation of Nadia started disappearing more and more over time, and her true colors began showing as her toxicity increased.
Shut your dumb up. Shut your dumb up. 360 damage. Shut your dumb up.
which even led to her getting voice chat banned. However, this was just the
She got
beginning,
voice
as
chat banned.
Nadia was
Okay, that's
slowly
funny.
transitioning into the world of IRL streams and fabricated content, as she made vlogs with skits to utilize
I don't know what it is. All of these like fake streams slash videos, they take off their headphones weird. Have you guys noticed this? I don't know what it is. Watch this, okay? See, watch how she takes her headphones off. I don't know what it is. I've seen lots of these videos, and whenever I see somebody take their headphones off like this, I'm like, oh, it's a fake video. Watch this, okay? It's weird. Okay? I don't know what this is with like the really wide arms. If you ever see that, it's fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. People don't really do that. When they're like, okay, I'm done, they just kind of pop it off and they're good. But like this weird, like, I don't trust it at all. You do that, Ron, you're fake. I don't know what to tell you. It's all fake. It's all fake. But like, you'll notice that a lot of these like faked like videos, they take off their headphones weird and they're like, oh, you caught me. Oh, how weird. Oh, geez. It's so weird to me, but I've seen it plenty of times. Let me tell you, what a fraud. Now I need somebody to clip me when like I take my headphones off, clip me doing that and be like, it's all fake. It's all fake. What also really bugs me, listen, I know the camera's facing the other way, so you're not ever going to see this. This is mad messy. Like this, it gives me claustrophobia just looking at the desk. Like, get yourself a boom arm. Put the boom arm here, mount the monitor. It'll float above here. You won't have the big ass stand there. It'll look way better. Give yourself a little space. Like, I don't know how people do that with like, it's just very cramped. Why is there a coat hanger? Why is there a coat hanger on your desk? Your closet's right there. Just hang it up. Like, does that not trigger any of you guys? I realize now I am saying this as I have like a spare microphone sitting on my desk and light bulbs. So perhaps it's the pot calling the kettle black just a little bit. I'll stop talking. Hold on.
Slowly transitioning into the world of IRL streams and fabricated content, as she made vlogs with skits to utilize clickbait titles and thumbnails and collaborated with controversial streamers like Aiden Bros.
Yeah, whenever I am like, oh man, I just can't believe Aiden Ross has a following at all. It's crazy to
It
me.
was a time where her Call of Duty streams also started losing relevancy, losing more than half of her viewers from the peak in November. And she also got sick of playing Warzone 2, which meant that
I think
she had
everybody
to
did.
come up with a new content plan. Luckily for her, she experimented with this IRL content at the right time, as she could see a spike in viewership whenever she streamed it. And it resulted in her collaborating with Face Adept, Bryce Hall, Aircool, and even familiar faces on her channel like Neon and Daddy Longneck. Smash or pass?
I have never heard of any of those people. Am I just a boomer? I've never heard of anybody that they just listed. Double, thank you. Really enjoy your YouTube videos. Glad I found your Twitch. Yeah, thank you, my friend. We're also streaming on YouTube. So if wherever you like watching, come by, join us wherever you want to be. I'm enjoying co-streaming on both. I kind of missed good chunks of Twitch. I'm gonna be real. Daddy Longneck. I've never heard of Daddy Longneck. What was it? Johnny Elbows? I've heard of that guy. That's another lol cow. But yeah, I haven't heard any of those. Yeah. Am I just a boomer? Boomer confirmed. Okay. I'd pay money for a Luke Stevens hot tub stream, LMAO. You know what, guys? I'm committing now. We go and do the we do like weekend getaways every once in a while to a place in Arizona. Next time we're in Arizona, they have a pool and a hot tub. Next time, hand on a Red Bull can, I will do a hot tub stream. I said it. Okay. Confirmed. Next time we're there, we'll do a hot tub stream.
Hot tub streams, Truth or Spin the Wheel, and other low-effort IRL streams became the norm. But when everyone really started losing their mind and their respect for Nadia...
Oh no, look at those view counts dropping, bro. She had like 500... No, she had well over 100,000 subs. At this point, what does she have? I don't actually know. We pulled up this. Nadia. Okay, so she has 115,000. Oh, some of these are doing well. 419,000 views. No, this is a different Nadia. I didn't look close enough. Nadia, this Nadia. 12,000, 3,000, 4,000 with 436,000 subs. So like little background. There's a stat that YouTubers look at called subscriber participation. And for YouTubers, one of the big things you want to see is like minimum of 10%. So if you have like a 500,000 sub channel, you should hopefully be getting at the very least 50,000 views. And like that's rough, but like you scale it up and you think million sub channel like a Yong Yeah. If he does a video that does 100,000 views, it's still a successful video. That's a pretty good video. It's only 10% subscriber participation, but not bad, right? For my channel, I usually am hoping for like 20 to 30%. That's where I'm comfortable. If a video does 20 to 30%, I'm happy. If it does less than that, I'm bummed about it. So for me, I look for at least like 85,000, and I think that's a pretty good video. If it does above that, I'm really happy. This is like another level though. I mean, at 3.2, 4,000. So at like 4,000, she's getting 1% subscriber participation. I hope she saved some of that Twitch money. I'll tell you what. I hope she saved some of it. She was making lots. Hopefully she invested it.
Became the norm. But when everyone really started losing their mind and their respect for Nadia is when she made her own Passes account. Now, like I explained in my Stalker video, the Passes platform can be used to simply just sell selfies of yourself, like in the situation of Ava Majuri. But Nadia had different plans for this website and decided to treat it more like OnlyFans. Revealing and explicit pictures and videos of Nadia were now available, and it could all be yours for a modest $15, $59 or $90 per month. The backlash she received on this was immense, as she went from a Call of Duty player with at least a tiny bit of respect left to your typical female hot tub streamer with a platform for exclusive content. And Nadia decided to respond to the hate in the way that she knew best.
But the thing...
Well, and especially, like I was saying, she had a pretty big community built around her fighting the sexist pigs in Call of Duty. And so to flip around and build like an OnlyFans... It's just like, well, I thought you were fighting that. I thought you were doing it. Like, what? You know, it's the opposite. You know, it just doesn't make any damn sense. It's like if I flipped around and started making videos where I was like, gaming kills your brain, and if you're a gamer, you're going to hell. And like, if I just flipped 180, you know, it doesn't work. You'd be like, what the hell? And then I'm like, why isn't anybody watching? It wouldn't make any sense.
Thing is though, is I am very talented and I can do multiple careers. I am actually one of the best female all-star athletes there is. Now I'm about to show you why.
Content became more
hold on. I need to pull it up. I guess she thought that we were gonna do this is my reaction to that little skit. Okay, so we'll play it. We'll play it again. Here we go.
Show you why.
Okay. Really, really, really funny. This is my reaction.
This is called the Joyless Laughing Guy.
Joyless Laughing Guy.
Yeah, I'll try to do it. I can do it sitting down.
Okay.
I don't think they.
Yeah. That's what I think she was expecting us to do.
Content became more optimized for a male-dominant gamer audience over time, and when she topped this off with a video featuring the lie detector guy that allegedly got accused of faking it, and also hung out.
Lie detectors don't work. Like, polygraphs are an intimidation tool. They don't work to detect truth or lies. Like, they work if you think they work. The moment, though, that you think or realize that they're just like glorified heart rate detectors and sweat detectors, like, it doesn't actually do anything. But yeah. Oh no, polygraphs are fake. Oh geez, what a scandal.
Out with FouseyTube, who she later got into drama with. Big surprise, the standard for her new content had been set.
Can somebody also explain to me, again, Boomer Luke coming in clutch here, can anybody explain to me what FouseyTube's appeal is? Like, I have literally only ever seen clips of him having mental breakdowns. Like, is that the appeal? I hear if you clench your butt cheeks during a lie detector test, you can fool it. Yeah, basically you invert it. That's actually, like, that is a tactic. Some people will, like, bring a sharp something, like a piece of plastic, and they'll squeeze it in their fist when they are, like, telling, I think it's specifically when they're telling a lie. They do that. And then they also do it when they're telling the truth as well, doing the baseline question. So the readings are the same. Like, they're very, very easy to beat. They're very easy to beat, which is why they're not admissible in court. Like, they only work if you think they work. And usually if you're, like, being interrogated by the police or something, and they use a lie detector test on you, whether you passed it or not, they'll tell you that you failed it. Because it doesn't matter. They'll just tell you that, yeah, you failed it really badly. We need to talk about the truth now. Even though you told the truth. Because it's an interrogation tool. It's not actually something that works. And it's like, it's not scandalous. Like, this is well known. But for some reason, people still think they work. Nobody knows why FouseyTube is popular. People enjoy him because he has that Kanye appeal. This dude is a wacko and they enjoy watching them act out. It's sad. It is a bummer that a lot of these, like, reality IRL streamers and YouTubers, it's like mental illness theater. Like, it's really cringy and sad that, like, these creators, I heard somebody defending it. They were like, well, it's actually good because you see they're so mentally unstable they couldn't hold down a normal job, so at least they can make good money doing this where people can enjoy and find their mental illness entertaining. And I was like, that just feels so weird to me. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. Like, yeah, they're having mental breakdowns and they're profiting off of it. Yeah. But it also feels like we should be encouraging them to get help, not encouraging them to stay mentally unhealthy because it's funny to us, you know? Oh, that's a good point. What was Jersey Shore? Same thing, different platform. That's true, I guess. Yeah. I recant everything.
The dislikes on her YouTube videos showed a distaste for this new style of content, but her Twitch numbers displayed the real truth, as her average viewers climbed to over 5,000 again after fully switching to IRL content and leaving Call of Duty behind. So, this surely meant that the drama was over, right? She just became an IRL streamer with a Passes account that hung out with the popular creators in her niche. Well, no, because she had one final trick up her sleeve to make people hate her even more.
I've not heard any of this. I had no idea that any of this had happened. Last time we were looking at Nadia, there had been lots of cheating and hacking scandals and VPN scandals and stuff, but she was bigger than ever. She had like 18 or 15,000 subs or something on Twitch. I don't remember what it was, but she had a ton. And we were just like, oh, well, I guess she wins. Hello? I think there's a fella that visited us. Hello? Do you want to come say hi to everybody? Hi.
Okay. It's my favorite thing he does right now.
Hi. Are you feeling a little sick or are you feeling better? Yeah. Can you tell everybody what's going on?
Hi.
Hi. Did you tell him a story? Did you feel sick this morning?
I rolled in some
Yeah.
leaves and my allergies tried to act up.
Oh yeah, you got bad allergies.
Mm-hmm.
Can you show everybody your tattoos? He got some pretty sick tattoos on his arms. He's pretty hardcore like that. Some people during Halloween, they were handing out the little temporary tattoos instead of candy. It's honestly, it's pretty
We
cool.
did Play-Doh.
It's pretty cute. Oh yeah,
We did
we had
Play-Doh.
Play-Doh if people didn't want candy.
I think I would rather do temporary tattoos. Those are way cooler.
Yeah, these are cool. Oh yeah, we do kind of match our shirts. Look at that. That's a cool shirt. Has a shark on it, huh? Yeah.
So we went and played at the gym. This one.
This one. This is a microphone. You talk into it. Can you talk into it? Yeah. I'm sorry you're feeling kind of icky.
I wanted to say hi. We're gonna go eat some lunch.
Okay.
We talked about making a bagel.
A bagel. With cream cheese. Oh my goodness.
No.
That'd be so yummy though. That'd be so yummy.
Wow.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get him to say, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Oh wow. Can you say ooh baby?
Oh, baby. All right, mister. Come on, my love.
Okay. He is 2.
What, baby?
He's 2. Can I get Knuckles?
Knuckles. Pound it.
Awesome.
Look like this.
Thank you.
Come on, Dada.
Come on, Dad. Well, you gotta go start lunch, okay?
We'll see him in a little bit. He's still working.
I see you in just a little bit.
We say we brought you a tea, Daddy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
He's gonna leave a little upset.
Yeah. No,
Let's
it's
go eat
okay.
some lunch. Daddy will be up in a while, okay?
Lunch. I see you in a little bit.
We'll see you in a bit, Daddy.
I know. I love you, buddy. Oh. He did not want to leave. He did not want to leave. Yeah, that'll tug at your heartstrings, I'll tell you what. Oh, baby. Oh, man. Oh, man. Why did he cry? He wanted me to go up with and to go do lunch and stuff. Yeah. He's okay, though. We cuddle. We get up in the morning. We hang out. It's tough. It's tough. But when we wrap up the stream, we'll go cuddle our socks off. We are the other family. Yeah. 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 What is happening? Hold on. So if you refuse the field sobriety test and the blood test that comes next, they take your license, which is exactly what you said. So we said the same thing since alcohol is chemical. I don't understand what's happening. But yeah, that is my understanding. If you refuse a field sobriety test and you refuse the blood test, because they will arrest you and take you back to the station, then if you refuse both, then you just forfeit your licenses and stuff and you can't drive anymore. So yeah, because they just assume, well, if you're not going to take the test, then you probably did it. So anyway, let's finish this out. Okay, they say that there's one more thing that's even worse that she did, as if it couldn't get worse. Okay, let's see what she screwed up with. Nadia's awful transformation.
Despite all the controversy and hate that Nadia and her brand attracted, as she was also under fire for making an LGBTQ+ joke in a TikTok back in April, Activision and Call of Duty always had a good relationship with her, as she would frequently use her connections with the company to get them banned for certain things, get flown out to events, or even have players criticizing her get blocked from competitions. But when Nadia started becoming more of an IRL streamer that made explicit content, she failed to get an invite for the COD Next event event from the company that once defended her. Now COD Next is the first big public event where fans can see their favorite creators and players testing the new Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 for the first time. And despite many popular influencers getting an invite for this event, Nadia didn't, and claimed that it was due to her posting bikini pictures on Twitter. In her exposing tweet, she dragged fellow Call of Duty creators into the situation, saying that double standards were in place when it came to Tfue, Aiden, Swag and Lucky posting revealing pictures. Nadia later deleted her tweet, as even
Personally, I think it's the fact that Nadia hasn't done COD or Warzone content for many months now, and these are one-off references of other streamers who do not post these things regularly, and it's all a bit unfair. Yeah, I mean, she wasn't invited, it seems, because she wasn't a Call of Duty streamer anymore. She was doing hot tub streams and IRL streams and stuff. And so, yeah, she stopped. Of course. She wasn't invited to the Call of Duty event. And then she's like, look, these people one time posted a shirtless photo while they were losing weight. They wanted to show their progress or this or that. Like, they're not the same thing. Like, at all.
Jake Lucky, who was usually on her side, disagreed with her reasoning, but she didn't escape the pushback from the community, as everyone was cooking her in the replies. Nadia now not only had a large part of the Call of Duty community against her, but also potentially burned her bridge with Activision in the process, and she blamed every single controversy she has been a part of on simply being female. Sexism obviously exists at large in the gaming world, but when you use this card in situations where you get criticized for doxing viewers, insensitive jokes, or even jumping to conclusions on not getting invited for an event, your credibility will start to crumble. And it definitely added up to her terrible reputation on the internet nowadays. And if
sorry, that was just
to crumble. And it definitely added up to her terrible
was I don't know who that is. And also, does it not? Again, maybe I just need to like realign and recenter, because to me, like, I get really freaking uncomfortable showing like the Lego sets that were gifts and like doing the studio tours that people ask for and all that. Like mentioning that we bought a house felt like a weird flex. Like, I'm uncomfortable sharing all this because I know that I'm very fortunate to be in this position, and I want everybody to understand that I'm grateful, and flexing things to me feels like it just doesn't sit right with me, you know? Like, I don't understand. It doesn't feel, I don't know, it just doesn't sit right. I don't want to do it. Like, it's uncomfortable. But I see all of these people do it. Like, everybody, all these big streamers and YouTubers that make a lot of money end up flexing it in all sorts of different ways. And it's just odd. And maybe it's like, oh, everybody in the community wants to see your success, and so they would like to see what their support has allowed you to become. And maybe that's it. But I don't know. Where's my iced out Apple Watch? Yeah, I have to get my Apple Watch and get it like encrusted with spinning rims and stuff. I gotta get it cranked. Is the Lego Titanic a tax write-off? It could be. It could be. I have a CPA that does all my taxes for me now, so that I don't have to stress about that stuff. So they get all that stuff and they figure out what to do with it. Gravedigger, oh yeah, I feel you. I'm always uncomfortable flexing stuff I bought and got unless it's only like a few bucks. But then today I bought the Death Adder V3 Pro for like $100, and it's like, yeah, I'm not telling anyone. I have a friend. Hold on. I have a friend that I love dearly. He's a great guy, one of the hardest workers I've ever known. A good friend. But one thing we all kind of make fun of him for is that he buys the most insane, stupid crap. Like, and he has expendable income. He can do it. Like, it's his money. Do what he wants with it. But like, he bought like a $400 Iron Man mask that like has the pieces separate. So like he can say, Jarvis, turn system on, and then it'll open up. Now it's cool, but for $400, it's crazy. And like he has, we saw him for Halloween, and like he has all these lightsabers. And honestly, the lightsabers are freaking awesome. Okay, the lightsabers are super cool. He has one, I forget what he said the company was, but it's like super high quality. This thing's built out of solid metal. It feels awesome. It has the crystal inside, so when it lights up, the crystal's illuminated too. It has the motion tracking, so the sound changes as you move it. It can activate just by like kind of doing the Kylo Ren thing to quickly turn it on. If you hit the blade, it flashes in that particular spot with bright white light, just like in the movies. Like, really cool stuff. And it's like an $800 lightsaber. He said it's okay, I got it for $400. He's like, I got it half off. But I'm like, still $400 for a lightsaber. Now I realize I'm saying this as somebody with collectibles and stuff, but I want to stress, like, I think I've paid for a good number of the books, the art books down there. I paid for the Witcher books, like the Switch games, Xbox games, that stuff I paid for. But like pretty much everything else that you're seeing, I did pay for the Order 1886 Collector's Edition. I did get that off eBay. But most of this other stuff has been provided by like PlayStation, CDPR, Ubisoft, gifts from friends and viewers. That's the Lies of P collector's thing in the big box. Like the PC was provided by Apex Gaming PCs. Shout out Apex Gaming PCs. Get yourself treated right. So I realize it's funny because it's like the pot calling the kettle black, but it is just funny that he will spend like hundreds and hundreds of dollars on these things that like are cool and just kind of sit around. But it is funny. We like to make fun of him for that. But like buying $100,000+ car, good for you, I guess. I just have always thought it was kind of strange. Yeah, Luke's flexing what he got for free. That in my mind makes it better for some reason. I don't know. I think it's because like I think I feel really guilty if I spend a lot of money on something and that money was gained through like your support, your viewing of my videos and stuff. And so I feel obligated to not waste that money on like really stupid stuff. You know? Would you box Skillup for $1 million? Dude, I would do a lot of stuff for $1 million. Are you kidding me? $1 million? $1 million is a lot of money. I understand he's got that Australian strength. He's used to like fighting off koalas and kangaroos over there. But like, yeah, I'd go in the paint for $1 million. Yeah. Yeah. Me versus Shillup all day, every day. All day, every day. All day, every day.
Reputation on the internet nowadays. And if that wasn't enough, she now goes for the shock factor in entertainment.
Oh yeah, this was like a faked video where she got like a little capsule of yellow dye and
on the internet nowadays.
Fight Maddie first. No, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd be comfortable fighting Maddie because he's had all those health issues. Like he's had like vertigo and spine issue. I don't know what's wrong with Maddie, but he's had a lot of health issues recently. So him and Michael Legacy Killer HD, they both have had a lot of issues. But yeah, I don't know.
And if that wasn't enough,
yeah, she like spilled yellow dye in the little hot tub that they were filming, pretending like she peed, and you can tell they all thought this was fake, or they all knew this was fake, and it's just so cringy.
She now goes for the shock,
and they're so bad at faking. Like, look how she had actress as one of her like professions. See, look at that smile. You know what they call that? They call that Duper's Delight. And then they call that face just Duper, but yeah, or Derpy or whatever. But that's Duper's Delight. When somebody's trying to lie and they're really bad at it, they end up kind of smiling a little bit. It's really funny. It's really funny.
Goes for the shock factor in entertainment by pulling off fake skits during your live stream.
Also, why is he wearing a long sleeve shirt in the pool?
Something that she learned from the expertise group.
Oh yeah, you remember this? Aiden Ross made a big hullabaloo saying that he was going to interview Kim Jong-un, like very seriously, and then they just hired like a really lazy, cheap impersonator.
Of Aiden Ross and his friends. And although it's part of the current entertainment landscape, you have to wonder, if she truly wasn't cheating, why did she decide to leave her title of best female Warzone player behind and instead wanted to become another creator driven by shock value, attention and viewership? Well, money. She's simply just playing the same game everyone else is playing, and realized the profitability of this content strategy when she played into her cheating allegations back in Call of Duty. So right now she's combining the power of her predominantly male following, appearance and acting skills to find success. And it's working. Now what do you think about this whole situation? Let me know in the comments.
I don't know. It seems like she's fallen off. It's just, I hope again she's invested some of that money. When I see her walking around in a mansion that she's no doubt renting, I have little faith in her having actually invested some of that money. A lot of people, when they start to blow up and they start to get a lot of money, they just spend it like it's hot. Because they're like, ooh, this is fresh, this is different. And that's a bad idea. Save the money, invest the money. If you don't know how to invest, that's okay. For the love of God, don't buy crypto. Go and actually go to somebody that knows how to invest money. Walk into Charles Schwab, don't be a boogie. Go talk to somebody who knows how to invest and do that. Or nothing else, not official financial advice. Just freaking go and throw the money into the S&P 500 and forget about it. Do that. You will thank me in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. You'll be praying to me. You'll be so thankful. But let's be honest, probably doesn't happen. And unfortunately, in a few short years, she's probably going to be right back where she started with nothing, which is unfortunate, but that's what happens. Invest in Luke coin. Yeah. Wait, Luke is not a crypto bro? No. I've said since the beginning, Luke Worldwalker, which is a funny name. I've said since the beginning, like, if you want to buy crypto, okay, whatever. I won't, I mean, I'll judge you and I'll make fun of you, but I won't say that you're a total idiot as long as you do it properly. The problem is people will say, oh, I invested in crypto. Hold on. Where do I have it? I don't know where I put it. I have the red flag somewhere. Oh, is it? No, it's not. Where's the red flag? I don't know where I put. Okay, I don't know where I put the red flag. It's somewhere. I don't know. It's somewhere. Anyway, red flag. If you say you're buying crypto as an investment, that's a red flag because it's not. Yeah, red flag. It's not an investment. It's speculation. You're buying a thing that only goes up in value if everybody else agrees it should also go up in value. That's not investment. That's speculation, which is fine. You can do that, but you have to be ready. Oh, thank you guys. You guys got it. You got the emotes in chat. There we go. You have to understand that when you speculate, you have to be willing to lose everything. That's what speculation is. It is just glorified gambling. But if you really, really, really know what you're doing, you can, like, you're kind of like the house. You have insider info on how this is going to play out. You still might lose everything, but your odds are better. The problem is, like, you'll have an 18-year-old kid who watched some finance bros on TikTok and is like, oh yeah, now I totally know what I'm doing. And I'm going to buy a bunch of stock options for Tesla. And then they lose absolutely everything. And it's like, what? And then like, what happened? I thought I knew what I was doing. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem. The house bans people when they start winning. The thing you have to remember is that by volume, roughly 70% of all trades in the stock market lose money. And do you think it's the hedge funds losing money? They're in that 30% that's always winning. So what are the odds that you, some guy watching some TikToks, figured out the secrets of the financial universe and outthought multi-billion-dollar hedge funds? Or do you think you're missing something? I think it's probably more likely that you're missing something and don't understand it. Yeah. Thomas, thank you. How long did it take to make The Witcher 3 review? It was so good. Oh, like the OG critique from 2017. Honestly, I remember bits and pieces of it. 2017 was a long time ago. I think I was 19. And like, I made a lot of terrible videos when I was 19. I kind of lucked out with one that did well, and that kind of dictated what I did for the next like 3-4 years of the channel. But yeah, I made a lot of crap back then for sure. But back then, like, I don't know, I remember like editing it. I remember that. I remember the outline, but I don't really remember a lot of the process. I couldn't tell you how long it took. I'm really not sure. The average investor is just an educated gambler. Yeah, they can be. If they're buying options and stuff. If you read like Benjamin Graham's book, The Intelligent Investor, that's all you really need to do. As long as you can understand that, that's all you need to do. Okay. Thoughts on Miles replacing Peter Parker in the next game? That's a good question. Yeah, so apparently they've said that, and if you finished Spider-Man 2, you'll know this, and it's not a surprise, but they've said that they are expecting Miles Morales to be the main Spider-Man character moving forward, replacing Peter Parker. And I think that makes sense, especially narratively. They set it up for that. It's clear that that's where they've been going. And honestly, I'm okay with it because this, like, Insomniac's Peter Parker to me is just really annoying and kind of cringy. I don't know why. I don't know why I don't like him. I just don't really like him. He lacks a charisma that I think Miles has. I just think that Peter is just like, yeah. Like, I don't know what it is. But we'll see. I mean, we're probably like, they might do a spin-off game like Miles Morales for this, back in 2019, 2020, whenever that was. They might do that, but it's probably like 5-6 years before we see another Spider-Man game, so it's going to be a while. They wrote Peter poorly on purpose. I don't know. I think it's just like I don't know why anybody would write a character poorly on purpose. I just think they kind of ran out of stuff for him to do, and they probably decided 5 years ago that Miles was going to replace Peter. And so they just said, okay, well, we're not going to give Peter any room for character growth because his story has to end at the end of Spider-Man 2. So instead of keeping him open to learn and grow as a character, they said his story ends here. So his arc goes there, ends. We close that down. And now it's Miles to keep growing and continuing his character arc. So 25, I'm 26. Right now. My birthday's in June. So in 2017, before June, I think I made the Witcher video in like May. Maybe. I don't remember exactly. Maybe April. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I'm 26. I'm just a baby. I'll tell you what, when I shave my beard, I look 19. I used to look 12 when I did that, but yeah. I didn't realize you were so young. I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. Okay. Oh, shut up. Okay. This next thing, shifting gears like a pro. Can you tell I don't drive stick shift? I just did this to demonstrate shifting gears. One of the games that I personally enjoy playing are like Total War games, simulation games, City Skylines, Factorio. I like those kind of games. However, Total War is kind of weird. If you don't know about the Total War games, basically these are like top-down kind of battle simulation games where you're fighting wars and stuff. It's a good fun. In the course of this video, you'll see kind of what it looks like and how it works. But recently, they released a game called Total War Pharaoh. Now, you guys know me. I am like a huge simp for anything Ancient Egypt related. Anything Ancient Egypt related, I'm obsessed. I'm putting the video we're going to watch in chat right here. Oh yeah, Really Fat Cat, I'm vibing. You better believe I'm vibing. And so you'd think I would be all into this Total War Pharaoh game, right? Wrong. This thing is a bit of a disaster. The game has been it's been received very, very poorly by the community. And one of the reasons for that is because Creative Assembly, the developers, have a track record of, let's just say, aggressive monetization. So you can see responses have been mixed. The game doesn't look that bad. I mean, this is typically what a match will look like. So you have like your encampment, and then you might be the attacker. So you have all of your units, and then it's like an actual war game where you're playing through it with different units trying to make stuff happen. And it can be really, really good fun. The thing is, the way that they price these games is insane. Okay, they are some of the most heavily monetized piles of garbage you've ever seen. So if we go to like Total War Warhammer 3, this released a little over a year ago, like a year and a half ago. And this was one I was excited for. You guys know me, I'm a Warhammer nerd. I love it. They got like the big custodies and like all sorts of stuff. These aren't even custodies. I don't know. I didn't realize the scale differentials. I don't know what those are. But I like me some Warhammer. But look at the DLC. This is pretty much all the DLC you need to have the full game. $263 of DLC on top of the $60 for the base game. So you're expected to spend like $320 to get the full game. And it's clear when you play these games that like it was built around having all of this, and then they stripped it out because they expect you to just pay up and do that. And it just sucks. It sucks. And so they released Total War Pharaoh, and shocker, the response has not been that great. And Creative Assembly, the developers, are kind of freaking out a little bit. So this is sort of a post-mortem from the one and only The Terminator channel. I posted the video link in the chat, and in the stream clip we'll have it linked in the description box below. Send some love over their way. But I think they do a much better job of describing all of this than I could. And they have a way cooler logo than me. Mine's just my stupid face.
Is Creative Assembly's next major historical game. It's developed by the Sophia team, whose previous work include the Rome 2 DLCs Empire Divided and the Rise of the Republic, as well as the Total War Saga games Thrones of Britannia and more recently Total War Saga Troy. Despite these having mostly mixed reviews and mixed success, it's generally accepted that this development studio within CA releases polished, well-made games that end up being pretty good value. Now, I've personally had access to Pharaoh for about 3 weeks now. I've spent over 50 hours playing 4 campaigns, so I think I've got a lot of experience to make a thorough review. In this video, I'll be...
And man, it's such a bummer that this game, as you'll see, is not very good. Because I like everything about this aesthetic I am giggly about. I love it. You want to know how much I love it? I was about to say I'm creaming over, and I stopped myself because that's gross. But now I said it anyways, so here we are.
Be talking about whether Pharaoh is worthy of being the definitive Bronze Age game it says it is, whether it's a challenging, replayable, and historical Total War, and whether, with all of that in mind, it's worth buying for the ripe standard price of $60. So let's get started. Set during the late Bronze Age collapse, Pharaoh takes place in a period of roughly 50 years in which
I wish this was so
multiple
good.
thriving cultures like the Mycenaeans or the Hittites were suddenly destroyed or abandoned. There are a variety of theories out there. This is a very interesting time of human history, but it's generally accepted to have happened due to a combination of changing climate circumstances, social upheaval and civil war, disruption of vital trade networks, and the invasion of a group of migrating people called the Elusive Sea Peoples. Egypt.
The Elusive Sea Peoples. My understanding was it was probably mostly trade route stuff. Like once trade routes are cut off, you kind of have to figure something else out, you know? You gotta figure it out.
Is one of the cultures that survived this cataclysm, and
oh, a pyramid PC case. Do they make those? I would unironically do that. I would do that today. Move everything into the new case. I would do
therefore
that.
is the principal foundation from which Pharaoh, as its name suggests, is built on. The Egyptian culture comes with 4 of the 8 playable factions, including Ramses, our main protagonist.
Driven by reckless ambition, Ramesses sees himself as chosen of the gods, destined to rule as pharaoh. Thus, he is well suited to forging ahead at full speed, achieving swift victories on his path to one day claiming Egypt's throne. Seti the brute, Tausret the strategist, and something.
Seti, the heir to the Egyptian throne, his wife and historically future pharaoh Tausret, and Amenmes, the eldest royal heir and viceroy of Kush. The Hittites are also represented in this game with 2 factions, Shupilululiuma, the last king of Hat.
Okay, oh my god, Shupilululiuma. Okay, I know there's people listening like at work. Wherever you are in your world, in your life, just try saying this right now. Shupilululiuma. Supilululiuma. Hold on, how did he say it?
Also represented in this game with 2 factions, Shupilululiuma, the
Shupilululiuma. That's just, oh man, blah. Shupilululiuma. I can't. I'm gonna have a stroke. Okay,
last king of Hatti, and Kurunta, the usurper. Plus, we've got 2 Canaanite factions with Bay, the political schemer, and Ursu, who is a bit of a rowdy, mean-tempered antagonist. Having chosen your faction and starting the campaign, we're placed on a narrow yet visually stunning map, reminiscent of Total War Saga Troy.
Oh, I love it.
That stretches as far north as just shy of the Black Sea in the lush green of Anatolia.
Look at that.
As far south as the arid desert lands of Kush or Nubia.
Look at that.
And this is where we see the first striking issue of why this isn't quite a definitive major Bronze Age game. The map does not go as far west as Greece or even Western Anatolia, and does not include the eastern kingdoms of Mesopotamia, both of which had huge, thriving cultures.
Yeah, kind of important. Kind of important. Kind of a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. It's like having a World War II game, but you just totally ignore the Eastern theater, and then you also ignore like everything from Moscow, like Poland to Moscow. You just pretend like the Eastern Front's not a thing. So like you have the Pacific theater and then the Eastern theater. You just ignore all of it. Yeah, it just wouldn't really work.
Cultures and dynasties which played prominent roles in the Bronze Age and were definitely impacted by the Bronze Age collapse. Their absence is at least a big disappointment, especially if you're here for a Bronze Age game, and at most it's a first indication that this isn't quite the major Total War game we've been told it is. But okay, let's accept that for a moment and just look at the game itself. The narrative opens up with the death of the Egyptian pharaoh Mereneptah, leaving a power vacuum, and eventually in your first 60 turns, multiple civil wars in which one faction leader with the most legitimacy at the end of the timer becomes the new pharaoh.
I like
legitimacy
that. That's
here
cool.
being the key word, as that's an accumulated type of reputation that you gain through victorious battle, through building monuments, through taking a position on this new court mechanic, and others. And as far as newish features go in Pharaoh, this was quite refreshing, and
I actually think that sounds kind of cool. You got to earn your place as pharaoh. That's cool.
At least in my first playthrough was enjoyable enough to learn.
Oh, it's a future DLC, by the way. Oh, that's why they stripped out Mesopotamia. Remember, like I said, it feels like a lot of these games you have to spend $260 on DLC to get what the game should have been in the first place. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they did that.
learn the basics of and use to my advantage. Sophia has always delivered new campaign mechanics that add a meaningful layer of gameplay design, and this is a great example of that. Where the gameplay loop starts and ends in Pharaoh, though, is the multi-resource system first introduced in Total War Saga Troy. Every settlement either produces food, wood, stone,
like Settlers of
bronze,
Catan.
or gold, and that is your
This is
main
straight up
incentive
Settlers of
for
Catan.
how you prioritize expansion in the campaign map. And these resources are the main drivers of every other mechanic in the game, whether it's the court, the technology tree, or engaging in diplomacy. Everything has some sort of impact on how much of these 5 resources you own produce. Some sort of impact on how much of these.
Yeah, you gotta get that sweet kush. Look at that. You gotta get that sweet kush. Paradox is just as bad, if not worse, with their DLC. I think and this is just my personal theory, I think what this is with these types of games is just that they know that for a lot of people that love these kinds of games, it's all they play. Like, they are Total War fans, or they are, name any given Paradox franchise. Like, they like those kinds of games. That's what they do. Or like, if you're like a fan of Ubisoft stuff, you're a fan of Anno, like whatever it may be. But a lot of these players will only play one of these types of games, and that's what they specialize in. And they have like 10,000 hours in them. I have a buddy who's super into what's it called? Iron Hearts 4? Iron Hearts 4? Is that a game? Something 4. It's like the World War II game, kind of like this. What am I thinking? Hearts of Iron. I had it backwards. Hearts of Iron 4. He, no joke, has like 10,000 plus hours in Hearts of Iron 4. And it's because it's pretty much all he plays. He has his little laptop. When he gets back from work, he plays that for a handful of hours, and that's all he does day in, day out. So for him, he can justify spending $25 on a DLC, or a total of like $300-400 when all is said and done over the course of years, because it's what he plays. And I think that that's the same way they approach a lot of this, is they're like, oh, you're a Total War fan, so you're going to put up with it, bitch. Like that's how they deal with it. And I think that that is just a really unfortunate reality that only holds true and steady until the community gets fed up, which seems to be what's happening with the Total War franchise as well.
5 resources you own, produce, and spend. This is essentially the foundation of the gameplay loop. You expand your territory, you produce more resources, you build big.
Yeah, I guess publishers treat it like a real life tabletop RPG. I don't know. Yeah, and I think that because they know a lot of tabletop RPG fans spend a lot of money on their hobby, they can justify making this stuff really expensive. Because they're like, you spent $100 on a piece of plastic for the tabletop RPG. You can pay $20 for a bunch of content in the video game version. I think that's how they approach it. And whether that's justified or not, I think is certainly up for debate. It's not a slam dunk like they think it is.
Bigger and more powerful armies to expand your territory, get more resources, and the loop goes on and on. But what CA Sophia are time and time again so good at doing on the campaign side of things is to add layers of gameplay that take the focus away from these repetitive loops. You've got the Ancient Legacies, which are special missions every culture can access, from building unique monuments to special interaction with your vassals. You get deities to pray to for an assortment of stat buffs and benefits, which, to be honest, can get quite complex. And of course, the biggest layer, the Bronze Age collapse. If various cities called Pillars of Civilization, which are dotted around the map, are destroyed, the condition of civilization worsens, so more frequent earthquakes or debuffs to resource production, and the wave after wave, of course, of dangerous raiding sea people's armies. Now, this all sounds really, really good on paper, and in my first campaign, I'll be honest, I liked that I had to spend more time than usual to wrap my head around it all. But it was in my second campaign that I started to see the cracks in this design, and where the mechanics I previously enjoyed started to become chores I just had to get on with.
And I think it's important to stress that for a lot of games, it's like, oh, you only noticed in your second run through these problems, so therefore they must not be that big of a deal. Again, for these games, like you're expected to get hundreds of hours out of it. It's like saying if you played Diablo 4, you're like, yeah, my first run through, I didn't, my first character, I didn't have that many problems, but my second character, I realized all of this stuff doesn't work for subsequent run throughs. And it's like, oh, that's a huge deal because you're going to be using second, third, fourth characters constantly. Like that's one of the big things.
Suddenly, the rosy tint of a new Total War fell away, and I could see that none of the decision-making had any real opportunity cost or lasting impact. The mechanics that were keeping me interested just became repetitive, and the narrow scope of the game and its map forced me to battle over the same territory, fight the same characters, and destroy the same factions. What could help with all of this is a variety of playable factions with unique playstyles, but that's just not the case either. Ramses is supposed to have really high campaign movement, and yet all of the other factions, through outposts, through skills and deities, can get really high movement as well. Amun-Mes is supposed to be this gold-producing powerhouse, but that doesn't mean he can't access every other resource with ease either. In fact, being on the Nile surrounded by the desert, that's exactly what he can do. Irsu is supposed to be this angry anti-Egypt faction, but the Canaanites don't have their own courts, no formable kingdom, and you have no marginal reward to raise and pillage versus just expanding out and developing resource production. Nothing tangible to force you to play a certain way.
Yeah, it's like this weird way of designing these games where everything is so generic, like they're afraid of consequences or players breaking things, so they just make everything play the same. And I think the best example of this working fantastically well is with, like, I think I can actually pull it up, is with Baldur's Gate 3. Because Baldur's Gate is one of those games that's like, yeah, break it, go for it. Yeah, it's stupid and broken. Good for you. Like, awesome, love it. Like this. Someone was able to instantly nuke a late game boss in Baldur's Gate 3 by using a weapon that has an affix called Blood Money that deals weapon damage plus 4 piercing damage for every 300 gold the target has. Okay, so really valuable targets you can do more damage on. That's cool. Well, they pickpocketed them and then snuck 87,000 gold into the boss's pockets and then one-shot them. Like, totally broke it, but it was super cool. It's a creative way of dealing with it, you know? And I think game devs should own it and, like, welcome that challenge and be like, yeah, try to break it. Figure it out. If you break it, awesome. That's fantastic. And it's like building a playground and letting the kids play in it. But with some of these generic games in their design styles, it doesn't actually do anything interesting. It's like they're scared of the consequence. So instead, they just design everything to play the same and try to remove all of the potentials for breaking stuff. And it just kind of kills the fun too.
There's no real faction diversity here if there's no real incentive, no risk to play them differently. And so what that means is Pharaoh has basically no replayability. And what's worse is I realized that for a Bronze Age Collapse game, this doesn't actually play like the Bronze Age Collapse. The map visuals might escalate, cities might burn, and powerful sea people's armies may arrive, but I still have an abundance of resources. I'm still expanding my territory and running around with huge high-tier armies. It looks like the Bronze Age Collapse, but so many of the other factions are still kicking around while I'm not just surviving here, I'm actually thriving. It just doesn't make any sense. I want to feel the pressure of a crumbling civilization, but sadly I don't. And then I started seeing other issues, maybe minor issues, but they all add up over time. The outpost system is nice to have again back in Total War, but it's just completely overpowered. Stat stacking feels like it's never been worse as I can zoom around from one province to the next in a single turn, and while campaign customization, for example, is another great interesting feature to have, I just found it incredibly frustrating to try and balance a custom campaign when the default state is so unbalanced already. Essentially, everywhere I look, from the tech tree to the deities, the buildings, it's all covered in really positive stats, and it feels like nothing I do can go wrong. I have no real ownership over anything, and nothing I do has any real risk or lasting impact. What I'm describing here is the strategic depth of the Pharaoh campaign, and this was suddenly thrown out the window because my only real incentive to do what Total War is all about, conquering your enemies, expanding your territory, simplified to that base gameplay loop of increasing my resource production. I couldn't...
Yeah, it's... like, I think there's a balancing act because on the one hand, I think a lot of game designers have kind of forgotten to try and design games to be fun and instead try to design them around like monetization schemes. And in this case, it's not like you can buy today the fix for this. in like 2 years, once all the DLC is out, probably you can. But in this case, it just seems like they designed it around being played through once, and you have a good time, you play through it once. But then by the time you go and you hit your subsequent run through, you're like, oh, this doesn't actually work. This kind of is burning me out. This doesn't work. So overall, I mean, and I think the perception with Creative Assembly is that it's clear that there's a reason why they're doing this. They're doing this because they know that it's going to push people into buying the DLC and stuff. That's what they're doing. So, So, Creative Assembly is kind of collapsing a little bit. Right now. And it's because of the negative reception around this. And the fans are just kind of fed up. So this next little tidbit is from Bellalore News, and posted 11 days ago, covering the same sort of situation, but from the perspective of the business side of things.
Fun situation with the Creative Assembly. After quite a long time of concern simmering, it's really just bubbled over. We've had the cancellation of Hyenas, the whole story behind that, Voland doing some leaks from his sources, then Creative Assembly DMCAing him, that entire thing. Then Total War Pharaoh, of course, coming out and having, to be honest, rather pitiful numbers on Steam. All of this has led to a fan base that, be it the historical fans or the fantasy fans, I think have just about had enough. I've been playing Total War games since I first picked up Rome 1 back in like 2005. I absolutely have got a horse in this race, and I certainly get how it feels firsthand, how the pace of innovation for major gameplay features, the likes of AI, has just completely flatlined. Now, as a response to all of this, quite a few Creative Assembly staff have been getting rather leaky. They have leaked to Voland, people have been in Legend of Total War's chat, I've had an email, and a bunch of people in my comments claiming to be CA devs. There's stuff we've been able to corroborate.
That's really interesting. So I've always wondered about this sort of thing, like how these leaks start and how they, like what pushes somebody to leak. Because you never see huge leaks coming from the devs at like Rockstar. And I think it's honestly because everybody feels so thankful to be working on like GTA 6. Nobody wants to be the one that leaks it and is fired and has Rockstar drag them across the coals, right? So everybody is on their best behavior. Whereas you see a lot of leaks from sometimes like Ubisoft games, usually when the projects are having trouble or when, you know, they feel mistreated by executive staff, that kind of thing. Or we saw it with like The Last of Us Part 2, where contracted employees that had their contracts end and were not rehired in full-time positions, they became disgruntled and leaked a bunch of stuff. So in this case, it seems like the employees at Creative Assembly, some of which I'm sure are real, some of these are, I'm sure, fake, are probably very frustrated with the way that the company is handling the games now, because the people that are developing these games love them and don't want to see it go down this route. And it's not like they enjoy making bad games or lackluster games. They want to make the best games they can. And a lot of these people grew up playing them or played them back in the mid 2000s or whatever. And so they know what the games could be if given the right tools, time, development, all of that. And so I think, yeah, I think you're right, Shinobi. This is an act of rebellion, and it's really interesting to see.
So today it's time to bring everything together and to work out, is there any hope? What sort of things could we expect to change? And broadly, what is the future of the Total War franchise going to look like? In terms of quotes from staff, we're mostly going off what was said to Voland. In addition to that, I've been contacted by people and I've corroborated where possible. So overall, I do think that this is a fairly realistic picture of what is going on, at the very least, from the perspective of one camp at people at the company. As an example, if you were to take Blizzard Entertainment, a few people in the World of Warcraft development team have spoke to me, and I very much understand their frustrations. A lot of their frustrations match up with those of the player base. However, I also know that's a team of 700 people, and quite a lot of people on that team would not agree with the people who have spoken to me. So take it with a grain of salt. With that said, supposedly, Total War has essentially ended up becoming a real cash cow for Creative Assembly.
Thank you, Jules, for subbing on Twitch.
With Creative Assembly being basically the big, good, profitable studio for Sega. The franchise regularly...
Oh wait, subbed at tier 1 for 6 months in advance? Jesus Christ! Well, shout out Jules. Dilly, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
Is getting from 2 to 3 million copies per release. Here's the quote. Before Hyenas, I was told Creative Assembly was Sega's most profitable studio because of this. So basically, it's successful, but also, I mean, where's Paradox with their real-time combat in a grand strategy game? That basically means that they have their own little niche of the market carved out, and there's not really much in the way of hard competition to basically innovate. As an example, if someone came and did better real-time combat than Total War, a lot of people in the historical setting would actually move over, and to be honest with you, it wouldn't be too hard for them to be topped, as you'll kind of see as we keep on going.
It's true. I mean, there's people that love the historical settings and stuff, but I don't think at this point Creative Assembly has anybody who's like, no, I'm a Creative Assembly fan and I'm going to play their game over the others. Like, there are people for like Bethesda Game Studios like that, where they won't play other games because they need to support Bethesda Game Studios. It's really weird to me, but they are out there. Same with like Ubisoft. I know it's weird. They're out there. But it's also true, like even just Call of Duty versus Battlefield, there's people that even though the games are roughly comparable, they will stick to one over the other. They're like, no, I'm a Battlefield player. I've never liked Call of Duty and I'm not going to support them. You know, it's just crazy.
Now, per an email that we received from somebody claiming to be a developer, and I did, look around LinkedIn and stuff, seemed to actually match up. Long-term planning around the creation of Shogun 2 was built around the idea that the Total War player base was not growing. Now, for anybody who was owned by a listed company like Sega, the lack of growth in terms of users is going to be a worrying thing. That means, well, how are you going to grow your revenue? Obviously by getting more money per customer. Since then, one fairly major thing did change, and that is access to the Warhammer franchise. I think Warhammer's probably expanded Total War quite a bit, so at this time around Shogun 2, we're mostly talking about within the historical niche, that fan base not growing massively. That being said,
yeah, that's true. I mean, also Warhammer fans are a great fan base to have as customers because, again, we tend to spend a lot of money on the hobby. And Warhammer people, like, Warhammer's their thing. Like, that's what they do. They play Warhammer. That's their hobby. Because it's not just one hobby. It's like you buy the figurines, you build them, you paint them, you assemble them. Like, there's many, many parts to it. And so it sucks up a lot of time. It surely do. It surely do. CIYYONN. Siyon. Thank you for subbing with Prime. Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. Oh, Robert Space Industries did something. Oh, it's the Expo. Okay. Oh, yeah.
That a lot of game discovery platforms, the likes of Steam, YouTube, etc., they're a lot more powerful than they were back in the days when Shogun 2 first came out, where yes, we were reading game sites, but also the likes of, say, buying an issue of PC Gamer.
Oh, I was going to mention this. So he mentioned that like the big problem is that because they're a part of a listed company, they are limited in expanding like the Shogun 2 engine because there's a lot of money that goes into it. There's a lot of time that goes into it. And the only way you can justify pouring lots of money into projects is if it's going to have a return on that investment. And if that's only going to see continued revenues, not grown revenues, it's hard to justify that to investors and to executives. But, well, and let me just say, I think that's right. I think that's accurate. I would say it's still Creative Assembly's fault for not understanding that, yeah, it's not growing right now because the games are the same as they have been for ages. For like 20 years, they've been identical. Of course, it's not growing because it's not pulling anybody new in other than like Warhammer fans that are now like, oh, I can play an RTS. That's Warhammer. I think at the end of the day, they would still rather just play Warhammer digitally. I don't know why that hasn't been done yet. That seems like such a no-brainer for them to just hire some company to build that for them. Like, it would print money. Like, I just don't understand why they wouldn't do it. But I guess there's probably some reason out there. I don't know.
were actually a fairly regular thing to do. Because of that, aided on by the rise of a lot of what Paradox has been doing, I do think that that audience would grow. But again, I don't have the data, what would I know? Basically, the story is that management and Sega needed to make more money. They needed to improve their revenue per user. So what happened was an intent to have a Total War game every single year with DLC being attached. This is...
Shocker. We can't possibly improve the quality. So we need to suck more cash out of the customers, so we'll put out more games and more DLC. Right? Great idea, right? Everybody would love it. It's like these executives have no understanding that franchise fatigue is a thing. And also, when the quality drops below a certain point, eventually fans just stop buying your stuff. And this is the big thing with Total War Pharaoh. Like, I have expendable income. I could make a video on Total War Pharaoh and write off the cost of the game. I could do that. But even I, as an ancient Egyptian nerd, know that the game is going to be really lackluster and that pouring that time into it is probably not worth my time until the game is finished and complete, feature complete. And then I can buy it on a deep, deep sale during Steam Summer Sale and get all of it instead of for $300 for like 60. So I'm just going to wait like a year. And because the games have been identical for 20 years, it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm missing out on the cutting edge new thing. It's like, no, it plays the same today, 5 years ago, 5 years from now, it's going to play the same regardless of when you jumped on it. So who cares? That's where I'm at.
Per one of Volan's sources. The plan was to create DLC content with a dedicated team, quote, churning out reskins of old shit to peddle money for old rope. The intended games for this plan were Shogun 2, Rome 2, and more small historical games in familiar settings. Now, for those of us who are aware of those historical games, well, yeah, we pretty much know that's like Thrones of Britannia, which was pretty much just Attila. It did a few nice little innovations, but it wasn't Attila campaign expansion, let's be real. Of course, Troy then did that for, I think, was it Warhammer 2 that it spawned off? And then obviously Pharaoh is, I mean, it's kind of Troy again. That's what a lot of people have essentially realized. Most notably, though, smaller historicals basically means no Medieval 3, no, say, Rome 3, or another Empire-like title. It's just going to be those smaller settings. And what this essentially meant is getting more product out, basically more content. As, yes, Bill Gates wrote in the 90s, content is king. However, in the games industry, innovation is also content. You can only keep on pumping content out for so long until people just get sick of it, until the amount of problems accrue and you need to actually clear your technical debt, finish your problems, and innovate in the core of your game. And that essentially is the thing that has been sacrificed at the altar of very regular releases with a lot of DLC.
Well, and it's just like at this point with all these games, it feels like you're playing the same thing just with reskins, because you basically are. I mean, there's some systems that are a little tweaked and altered, but it's basically just the same thing over and over again. And it's, I mean, even just down graphically. I know graphics don't make a game, but there aren't even big strides in terms of graphics. Like they have done nothing to justify people spending hundreds of dollars a year on this franchise alone.
So, overall then, we've not really had space for expanding historicals. There's been no new space for, like, say, newer game mechanics. As an example, it said the naval battles in Empire took years to develop and basically could no longer be justified as a thing worth doing. Of course, you look at a lot of Total War games and they basically don't really bother with the naval bit as much. In fairness, some people loved those, some people didn't. I certainly remember around the time Empire was coming out, I was fairly mind-blown by just how impressive the feature was. There's been a lot of people looking for the likes of, say, a First World War title, which, you could sort of see from Fall of the Samurai, move up a little bit from that. Apparently, there have been some leaks and rumors that was at one point in the works. But again, any large leaps forward are essentially not happening per all of this. The historical side of their franchise has just doubled down on those smaller releases. Meanwhile, of course, the fantasy element of the franchise is there. Their intent was to license existing IP and to bring in new players. In addition to this, though,
it's really, I mean, it's bad when you're like, your only hope for growth is licensing new franchises and bringing them in. with fresh player bases just from those other IP. Like, okay, we can't grow this right now, so I guess we'll license the Minions and we'll have a Minions RTS. Like, okay, well, we did that. All those Minion fans came over. Okay, what do we do now? Well, let's license the Hunger Games. Let's do a Hunger Games RTS. Okay, they do that. They're like, okay, how do we license what else do we have out there? Teletubbies, let's do that. And it's like, at some point, people are going to realize these are all the same game, just reskinned.
We have another team.
Cough, Destiny 2, cough. Yeah, exactly.
At Creative
Just
Assembly.
copy and
the
pasted
console
stuff.
Team. Basically, the console team were being given additional focus by management, despite a feeling on the Total War team that, quote, Total War paid for the console team. So from the emailer's perspective, right, Creative Assembly was never equipped to be agile or responsive. If there had have been pushback sooner, like, you know, internally, then maybe they would have been forced to change. Maybe some things would have ended up being a bit better. But basically, Total War was raking in the money. There were problems. They didn't need to be fixed because the money was still coming in. It was a fairly captive audience. And when you have a content pipeline that is that absolutely stuffed full of content, guess what? It's a big ship and it turns fairly slowly. So
a solid Hunger Games survival game would be kind of cool. I don't know why they haven't done a Hunger Games Battle Royale. I think there is a market if you were to do longer rounds, say 45 minutes to an hour from start to finish in the Hunger Games world, and just bear with me on this, with the gameplay mechanics of The Last of Us Part 2, with the going prone, crouched, standing, sprinting, hiding, stealthing, setting traps, focused mainly on like bow and arrows and that kind of thing. I think that would be a layup. Yeah, Hunger Games already had the shrinking circle mechanic. Yeah, and every season would be like a new year of the Hunger Games. So you have a whole new arena, you have a whole new mechanic, you know, the tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. You could do that. Like, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. It would make so much money. Especially they got a new movie coming out, which apparently some people are excited for. But I think that it's baffling we haven't seen that yet. Because it seems like such a layup.
Idea then of a company with a beloved franchise that is desperately trying to get its other plays to be successful. Does that remind you of anything? This is where I can talk about a few things that I've heard from sources at Blizzard. Basically, if you ever wanted like player housing in World of Warcraft, any of those things, all very solvable problems. Essentially, the problem is Blizzard did not invest in their core technologies for World of Warcraft. They didn't invest in slicing away that technical debt until far too late, which then means you have a content team that feels like they sort of have their, you know, their hands tied behind their back, not able to really make the most crazy, interesting, or just new innovative features because they're being held back by tools, by pipelines, by processes. And this is another thing that we see here. Because at the end of the day, if Total War is only getting 2 to 3 million sales, how do you move up to the next level? The answer to that apparently was Hyenas, which was allegedly Sega's most expensive title, costing $70 million and being an utter shit show from the perspective of its development, which has of course led to many people leaking. Okay, let's talk about the decision makers then.
I totally forgot about Hyenas, that this was even announced and stuff. Like, I totally spaced it.
One thing that's been clear as we've went across the various places that staff have been talking, be it my email inbox, Voland, and other people, and I would say, hey, if you are at CA and you feel like this is unfair, if you feel like you have some additional context, anything that would help get reality, get truth out there.
Oh yeah, the finals. Yeah, they actually sponsored me to go and try the game early this year. I don't remember exactly when it was, but yeah, they sponsored me to go to like an early access preview event and stuff, and it was super cool. I mean, I thought it was really cool back then. It had a couple of quirks, like it was all about destructible environments and stuff, and I thought that was awesome, but they only gave you like 2 grenades and like a single shot rocket launcher that took 30 seconds to reload at the time. And so all of my feedback was like, you have this amazing destructible environment system, but it feels like you can't really use it. Like, it's this awesome system that you might see a wall collapse once in a while, but it feels like the coolest thing would be if entire buildings were collapsing, you know? And they said, yeah, we're working on that. We're working on that. So I haven't tried the recent betas. Hopefully they fixed it and gave you more tools and stuff. But yeah, I think it's really, really interesting.
truth is what I'm interested in, let me know. You can hit up tips@bellular.games, and that'll land in my inbox. And yeah, we can have a chat. We can see what's going on. And if there's any major changes, obviously I'll update the audience on that. Okay, so the brand team essentially gets quite a lot of blame here. Essentially, the brand team is a sort of overarching production team who manage individual elements of a wider studio. It seems that each brand has a lead responsible for it. As an example, if we were to use Blizzard, you'd have a Warcraft manager, a Diablo manager, that kind of thing. Now, allegedly, these are the people who get most of the say in what's actually made. They're the people who go to Sega and actually do the pitching and come home with the big old sack of cash. Now, this is not a...
It's an important job. It's an important job. Those people probably make very good money. Very good money. But yeah, I can see why there could be problems. Like we saw this with Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed. You guys remember? I forget the guy's name. But there was a guy that was ousted as part of the like Me Too movement thing that happened at Ubisoft because he was kind of a prick, and he apparently did not, or maybe allegedly, reportedly, whatever. He did not want to have a female protagonist or have a canonical female protagonist for Assassin's Creed games because he said a game with a female character in the lead will not sell. It will be a failure. And so he shut down all of these ideas for female protagonists. Syndicate was kind of him caving a little bit, but he was one of the big decision makers creatively on the Assassin's Creed franchise, and he was pushed out. And now we've seen Cassandra is the canonical one for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and then female Ivor, I think is the or Eivor or whatever, is the canonical version. And you know, now reportedly we're getting more Assassin's Creed games with female leaders. No, it wasn't Ashraf. It was a guy like 2 or 3 levels above him. It was a guy we never saw on stage. It was a guy you never heard of before. He was like an upper level like executive. He was one of Yves Guillemot's like buddies. Yeah, he's the reason Cassandra wasn't the only protagonist. Yeah. Because they pitched Cassandra as the sole protagonist, and he shot it down and said, no, you have to at least have a male protagonist because a female-focused character or game will not sell, which looks pretty stupid now. But what are you going to do? But this is the problem with one guy being in charge of all the content for a franchise. It can go really well if they know what they're doing, if they know exactly what fans want. Otherwise, it doesn't end well.
New thing for a company. This is actually how the vision for a game is often created, right? Like the vision, the life cycle, the budget. The word specifically in the Voland video that was given was the Bible for a game. Yeah, your game's Bible. That is a very, very common thing across the industry. Go to any Gamescom, see people pitching their games. That is exactly the sort of thing that'll be going on. I mean, in 30-minute publisher speed dating, you're not going to whip out your Bible, but hey, you get the drift. The point here basically is that it's the big brand managers who are making a lot of these major decisions, right? And the allegation here is that this is why, partially, there's a lot of bad decisions. That these are basically people mostly concerned with top-level studio, essentially finances and that kind of thing. They're holding the purse strings. They're also the people who are trying to increase the revenue per user, per product, while then seemingly imposing some creative and production limitations as a result of this decision-making. Here's a quote. 9 out of 10 times, if there's a bad decision that's been received poorly by the community, it's driven by a marketing strategy. Intel modes in Warhammer, exclusive contracts with Epic. Remember Troy, who's just for free in the Epic store when it came out? That was bizarre. DLC price increases. Of course, that's been the most recent drama, other than Pharaoh.
Increasing prices of DLC, man. That's a bold move. Jesus Christ. I hadn't heard about that. Oh, God. Wow. People are upset about our $10 expansion for this, and our this faction is $15. Okay, well, let's raise it all by $5. Like, whoa. That's bold, man. That's bold. Rari, this is Creative Assembly, the guys behind Total War. The whole company is kind of crumbling. Their fans are sick and tired of them, and they're trying desperately to figure out what to do. But Creative Assembly apparently is doubling down at the same time and refusing to acknowledge that there's any real issue going on and that it's just players being whiny.
These are basically all things from this brand department, and it all tracks with the broad idea that they're not really increasing the size of their player base, therefore they have to monetize them more deeply, and this all basically comes down to risk mitigation, keeping that bottom line happy. I would love to know how much Epic Games paid them for that whole Troy thing. Now, there's one man who's came up in all of this, and that guy is Rob Bartholomew. It's quite interesting. He's the Chief Product Officer, and I imagine he's going to have a few awkward days at the office, because a lot of the staff who have leaked have talked about, disagreeing with him specifically, right?
Oh,
that
that's
he's basically
awesome.
being framed as the money man. Here's a quote. In company meetings, Rob used to present us with these charts illustrating game sales and how they compare to one another. The total sales of tentpole releases don't fluctuate much, so the key to boosting profits is to raise the average spend per player. Personally, I don't think DLC is inherently problematic, but it often feels like Total War DLC has become a rather cynical method of achieving this goal at this point. That's the sort of thing. Personally, if you said to me, hey...
It's really funny that they name him. They're like... My boss? Yeah, he's the dick. They're just like, just so there's no confusion, okay? It's him. It's that guy. Is this another case of microtransactions being increased due to the greed of the company? I'm not opposed, or I'm not surprised, my good sir. Yeah, it's also just like short-sightedness from the executives to think that you can increase the average spend per player and not see any negatives from pushing them to do so. You know, it's one thing if Fortnite is like, yeah, we want to increase the average spend per player. So we're going to go and we're going to release this DLC that's normally $5, but we're going to put it on sale at $1. So then all these people that normally wouldn't have spent anything then spend another $1 for a cosmetic, and they're happy because they got it on sale, and we're happy because we made $1 we wouldn't have otherwise made. That's one thing. What Creative Assembly is doing is that they are building games with the intent of stripping out half the content just to sell back to you as DLC, so that you aren't just spending $60 on the game, but you're spending $60 on the game and $260 on DLC for everything. And I think that that's just ridiculous.
Hey, here's a game that you absolutely love. We're going to make DLC for it for 5 or 6 years. In a way, I'd be pretty happy. It would be a bit like playing an MMO with the safety that, oh, your MMO is going to have 3 more expansions, loads of content updates, and you feel like you're not playing in something that's a dead end. Of course, once the ask of money to quality of released content or quantity of released content no longer makes sense, that's when, you're getting more money out of people, so obviously they're going to start holding you to a higher and a higher standard. But then the question is, what if this is happening at the expense of the long term? And I suppose this is where I get interested in things. Take a game like, say, Dark Souls, and I know it's the most trite thing in the universe to bring up Dark Souls in a video about gaming.
Atomic, good to see you, my friend.
Dark Souls, right? Pretty damn successful. Kept on going more successful. Elden Ring, quite a bit more ambitious. Really helped to just, along with obviously that franchise becoming more known, Elden Ring definitely with like its scope, its marketing, its public positioning, it was able to get a lot more people interested in that type of game as compared to, say, a Sekiro-like game. So there's always that thing where, like, yes, your game has got its audience, but how are you going to bring that to the absolute next level? And I think the answer there is your Empire 2 or your Medieval 3 being genuinely a next generation ahead, right?
Right? Shocker, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. This whole thing is built around how, pray tell, can we milk people for more money while doing nothing differently? That's this whole standard, the whole conversation that goes on within these Creative Assembly offices. And it's a serious problem because the longer they wait to upgrade tools and stuff, the more clear this problem becomes. And it's a similar issue that BGS has landed themselves in. Like, if Starfield released in 2016, I don't think it would have felt that weird. I think it would have been like, oh yeah, it's a little clunky here and there, but it's pretty good. But instead, it's releasing in 2023. And we see all of these things that are really funky and clunky and the constant load screens. I pulled this up. Where is it? This. If Bethesda made Spider-Man 2, This was from Shayon on X or Twitter. Okay. Load in. Okay. It just works. It just works.
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
Yeah, but that's the perception. Once everybody has like played those games, we all feel like that's what it is. That it's all this like kind of lazily thrown together thing, and an outdated engine, and it's not that ambitious. It's just barely trying to do the minimum they need to do to get the game out, and it just is generally disappointing.
Shout out to the chess club.
Someone also made a Bethesda if they made Cyberpunk 2077 that was painful to watch. Oh yeah, we watched that on stream with like the you go in the elevator, load screen, and then you hop in your car, select the destination, load screen. You hop out of the car, walk to the door, load screen. But that's like, it's not actually that big of an exaggeration that that's how that would work. Hughes, thank you so much for becoming a member. Also, thank you, James, for the £5 on franchise fatigue. If they move from Peter to Miles too quickly, I think you'll see a big drop off. I only bought Miles' game to get Spider-Man remastered. I totally agree. I think honestly, if they released like Spider-Man 3 next year, there will like, I really do think there would be a big drop off, because already after 3 games that are, I'm just going to say it, they all honestly play pretty similarly. I said it. And I'm not taking it back. They all play very, very similar. Hello, babe. You wanted to love me? Well, come say hi to everybody. You can love me from afar. How did the boys do?
They're both down.
They're both down for sleep.
Oh no, I wrestled them both.
Oh,
they're both pinned.
You pinned them down. This is Mrs. Babe.
Hello.
Mrs. Babe.
Yeah, Mrs. Babe.
But yeah, James, I agree. I think there would be a lot of franchise fatigue if they were to do that. Totally agree. The Jelly Goo. I love the name. The Jelly Goo. Let's see. I think I also missed some other ones. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I must have had some of these muted. I don't know, because I don't remember some of these. Cody. Oh, it's because when they're under $5, they don't do voice to or text to voice, so I didn't hear it. Do you think CDPR makes a sequel for Cyberpunk? I think so. It's probably like a decade before we see it, though. I think they've won back the brand enough to do that, so I wouldn't be surprised. And then let's see, Stefan, also thank you for the super chat. Would you revisit some old classics as a series, how they hold up? I started replaying Spec Ops: The Line, and I wonder how you would review it today. Maybe it's kind of what the I Tried videos became, where it's like, I tried this to see if it still holds up. I tried like Batman Arkham Asylum again to see if it holds up. And some of the videos do really well, like going back to New Vegas, you know, that did pretty well, but just kind of depends. But yeah, I'm totally down to go check them out again. A lot of them. Do I need to start a new game after downloading the Cyberpunk DLC? I have a save file with 43 minutes in that I started after the 2.0 update, but I don't want to miss anything. You don't need to make a new save. For only 48 or 43 minutes in. So you just got past the prologue. I mean, you could just start over. I suggest playing from the very top because a lot's changed and all the skill trees are changed, everything. So it's usually recommended that you start fresh, but only 43 minutes in, like you're probably not seeing that big of a change. OMG, is that the elusive woman? It is.
Elusive.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. And to think that Larian didn't want to compete with Starfield's release. Yeah, it is pretty funny. I think this year with Baldur's Gate 3, that is like The Witcher 3 in 2015 for Fallout 4, where like Fallout 4 was kind of meh, and so people then played The Witcher 3 and are like, oh my God, this is what we wanted out of Fallout 4. And so it made Fallout 4 look even worse as an RPG. And then Larian comes along and shows what a real RPG is like to make Starfield look like even less of an RPG. So I fully expect that, like, in a few years, going back to Starfield, if you play it differently than a typical Bethesda game, you can probably still have fun with it. But yeah, trying to play it like Fallout 4 or like Skyrim or like your typical RPG is going to be mad tough because it is not very good like that. Drum Bum. Hello, Mrs. Stevens.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Welcome to our home. Our pleasure. I already had like 19 hours in and didn't want to start a new game, and it's been great. Yeah. It's just past the prologue, so yeah, 43 minutes, not much. I'm going to start new.
It just feels overwhelming to do the new skill tree, but it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot changed.
Especially when you had skills before and you don't really remember what they were, but you used them in all your combat. And then you come back and you're like, I don't have any of my skills. I can't slide and run anymore.
I cannot do it.
I cannot.
Leviosa. I would have spent more time with it if the overall aesthetic of the game was pleasant to look at. I don't dig the whole sterile NASA punk thing at all. For me, it's mostly like they have this really gross, like low contrast, washed out filter over all of Starfield, and it drives me crazy. Like, it really does. I just don't like the look of it. I tried going in menus to turn it off, and there's just nothing you can do. What's your opinion on Sekiro? I'm playing it for the first time and I'm loving it so far. It's good. I think personally it's probably the hardest FromSoft game, but that's because I'm not like, I don't play a lot of rhythm games or anything. It gets mad tough though. It's all about parrying. If you're good at parrying, you'll be fine.
Am I killing your leg?
No, you're sitting on the armrest.
I don't know anymore. I feel like I've had 2 kids and I'm just crushing you.
No. No. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Didn't you play that? I did. What did you think of it?
I got to a place where it's like, you need to collect this one thing, but it only comes when it rains. And it rains at random points while you play, and it lost me. I'm like, I have to wait for it to rain. It's not like Stardew Valley where I can just like keep going through and find a day where it's gonna rain. Like, it rains sporadically. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Am I supposed to just wait till it rains to do anything?
Yeah.
So I was like, no, I'm gone. I'm gone. Did I like hanging out with Moana? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But it wasn't enough.
We should do like a serious critique of it. That'd be funny.
You gotta like get a good like outfit though. Make it work.
Yeah.
Look real fancy.
Problem with Starfield is characters are dull and uninteresting. A game lives or dies on its characters for me, and I can put up with boring gameplay if the characters are interesting. Yeah, and a lot of their behaviors are really weird too. The relationships are super stilted. Like, what's his name? The cowboy dude. Is it Ko? I don't know. Whatever his name is. He was like so weirdly whiny the whole time, and then also like I don't know, the companions in general were really disappointing to me. A lot of the quests, I just like the main story I found utterly lackluster. It's a glorified fetch quest nonstop. It's Samco, I think is what it is. Samco. But yeah, like the main story I thought was totally totally boring and clearly an afterthought. And at least it wasn't like it didn't push you to chase it down, but oh my god, it's just like, who thought it was a good idea to just build the main story around running around fetching these artifacts from all over the galaxy, or yeah, I guess galaxy. And it's just,
I want an RPG that's Walmart in the early 2010s on Black Friday.
that could work.
I think that's the kind of RPG I want right now.
It could just be Black Friday and you're making deals with people to get the TV.
But a mix with the Purge. I want like it to be Black Friday based with Purge elements.
You could do that. I just foresee it being like the South Park episode making fun of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I can see that. Walmart Black Friday Royale. Yeah. Yeah.
But if it was really Walmart, it'd be like, wait in line for this TV, but it's not actually waiting in line for the TV. And then the TV's really bad. They give you just a ticket for it, and then they run out. It's a whole mess. Get run over by some crazy lady.
Yeah, it could work.
Who brought her children out at 2 a.m. on a Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Escape from Black Friday Walmart. I've always believed Todd dictates the main story. Then that one dev came out and said Todd signs off on everything. BGS with Todd will always be like this, even for Elder Scrolls 6. I agree Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be just like Starfield. I mean, I think that's why when we did that big survey, 45% of the people that responded said that they were less excited for Elder Scrolls 6 after playing Starfield, which is a huge problem. I mean, I think everybody you ask about The Witcher 4 after playing Cyberpunk 2077, the 2.0 everything, and Phantom Liberty, I think every single person says they're more excited for The Witcher 4 after that. But Bethesda's got a big problem on their hands. As for the story, apparently the story is all headed up by Emil Pagliarulo, who seems like a really cool guy. But he's never been like that great of a writer. Like, I'm sorry. He's just not. He's really good at these like kind of campy stories. But he's not a fantastic author. Like, he's just not. I think he's making faces at me. She's mocking me. She's mocking me. Like I'm some rube. Oh, a rube, it's like sucker. Like a loser. Like a punk. Bradders. Bradders? Yeah, Bradders. What's up? Good to see you, my friend. What? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, it works. You can fix it later. No. She's making fun of one of the poles I have the lights hung on. That it's not straight. Yeah, it is my stripper pole, yeah. Everybody says it's weird to watch you exit that side. Why? Because you used to always exit, yeah.
On the other side? Should I try to go out the window?
You could.
Is that what we need to do?
To the window, to the wall.
To the window. For continuity's sake.
Just have to really try very hard. The way the camera is framed, talking to people makes the game feel so dated to it's unnerving, being stared at through like everyone is on cocaine. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. They had it fixed in Fallout 4. Love you. Love you. Ooh. Have fun. Wow. But bro, I forgot what I was saying. God. Yeah, I spaced it. Oh, yeah, the cameras. They had it fixed in Fallout 4, and like they had the cinematic camera. It was great. It was dynamic, so they didn't have to manually place camera angles or anything. It just worked. And then for Starfield, they go to this straight on thing. And I don't know if it's that they were just copying what they did in Fallout 76, or if it's that they copied exactly what the Outer Worlds did, what Obsidian did, because they were like, oh, well, everybody loves Obsidian RPGs. Let's just do what Obsidian did last time with the Outer Worlds. Let's just do the straight on camera. And it looks way worse. I was like, yeah, we liked the game. We didn't like what they did with the camera. Like, and some people are like, well, it's an RPG, so it's going to have a straight on camera. Excuse the hell out of you? What? Like Baldur's Gate 3 has managed to do it with a cinematic camera, and there's way more dialogue in Baldur's Gate 3 in like quality cinematics than in Starfield. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, the most interesting thing this year, I expected Starfield to be pretty mid. And you guys know, because I was talking about it for months and months, trying to talk people off the hype cliff. The videos are up. People can see it. But I think what surprises me the most about this year is that even Bethesda fans have kind of all agreed Starfield was mid. which is what's most surprising. I did not expect them to turn around so quickly. We watched that video just the other day from Mr. Matty Plays, and even his community, which is pretty sycophantic towards Starfield and towards BGS in general, and had some of the most aggressive fans. Even they came around and were like, yeah, there's a lot of problems with it. And they listed them in the comments and stuff. I haven't seen like Juicehead. I don't know. Juicehead's one of the really aggressive fanboys. And his community is pretty intense with that. So I don't know if his community's turned around a little bit too. But yeah, man, it's just crazy. I still feel a little bit bad for roasting Juicehead in that one tweet. Because Juicehead was like, oh my God, look. Phantom Liberty's been a financial disaster for CDPR. Look, their stock price has dropped since it launched. And I'm like, bro. It was not a financial disaster. The stock was going to drop whether it released or not. Like, what are you talking about? It just hurt my brain so bad. Juicehead is more into cyberpunk now. Kind of ironic. Yeah, well, it's just you move where the audience moves. And I think that's what that was. Or maybe he just honestly woke up and was like, oh, actually, Cyberpunk and CDPR does everything I want BGS to do, but they seem to be able to do it well. You know? I encountered fans who defend Starfield unconditionally, though. Yeah, they're out there, and they're kind of scary, honestly. I find that most of the gaming drama just lives on Twitter, which most people never see. Oh, for sure. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I think like with a lot of it, it does get to a point where once the community has seen, okay, this is not what we wanted it to be, it'll settle down. Like I think it'll settle down. And I think then eventually the creators have to follow the community. So the creators go with the community and end up agreeing that, yeah, Starfield wasn't what we wanted, and they kind of settle on it and change their minds a little bit. And so I think eventually it kind of levels out. And in this case, I think Starfield did the best job anybody could have done of, I think, chilling out a lot of the most hardcore fans on their own content. Which is kind of amazing. Like, they managed to actually kill the hype for the Elder Scrolls 6, the sequel to Skyrim, one of the biggest games in the history of humanity. And it's just, it's really honestly amazing. And like, I'm sure Elder Scrolls 6, when that comes out, there will be another wave of insane hype. You know, that's going to be a thing. But you know, I think hopefully people have chilled down a little bit. Anyway, Elder Live Service. Yeah. Bethesda fans are rabid. No, the really scary ones are friggin' like Sonic fans, because it's like an army of Christians. So they're scary, straight up, real talk. And I mean, just look at what happened when crap, what's his name? Donkey. Look what he did when he posted his video making fun of the latest Sonic game, and people just lost their minds. Or I think it was now the second to last Sonic game. But yeah, I mean, people lost their minds. Like, tried to get him canceled and stuff. Like, they're crazy. Usually when fanboys defending something mid or bad, they insult my accent. That shows that they have a lot to say. Yeah. I think the big thing is the world of Starfield isn't as interesting as Elder Scrolls or Fallout. Yeah, pretty much all of Starfield's problems come down to it just comes down to the fact that they went big instead of quality. They went for quantity instead of quality, and every part of Starfield shows it. Like, they don't have the tech to do what they wanted to do. They thought they did, they really don't. And it's honestly, it's on Todd as the final decision maker for letting that stay. Todd should have played an early draft of Starfield and been like, it is not acceptable for us to have constant load screens. All of these load screens tied to different little mini zones. Like, we need to do better than this. This is not going to hold up. And then scale back the scope. Be like, okay, we're not going to do 1,000 planets in 100 star systems. We're instead going to do 10 planets in this solar system. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to make those really, really good. And we're going to work our asses off to make sure that you can explore them freely, that you can do that. That would have been way, way better. Or even just do like the early stages of Constellations and like you go and maybe it's you're escaping from Earth. And so the game starts with you launching off of Earth and going off to Mars. And Mars is like the main planet of the game. And then you move on and you head off to freaking Europa, and then you have another series of missions that takes you to Pluto, and like just do that. It would have worked way, way better than what they ended up doing, which is that you have 1,000 mediocre copy and pasted planets, and it just doesn't work. How many planets would Outlaws have? What Outlaws is doing, to my understanding, is different because they are not and again, this is my understanding. It might be different when we actually get our hands on the game, but my understanding is that like when you go to a planet, it's kind of like in the Star Wars movies where, yeah, it's a planet, like Hoth is a planet, but you're always going to the same landing zone. Like, it's a big map on that planet. In the grand scheme of a planet, it's tiny, but you're going to this one area every single time, and each planet feels very different. It's the same thing that like Jedi Survivor did, but Jedi Survivor had like one main planet and then a couple of others that kind of spun off of it with their own levels. This is apparently going to be a handful of very large maps on a bunch of different planets. That's what they're trying to do. They could do, oh, we have 100 planets that are dynamically generated for you, but I think they just, to their credit, realized that might not actually lead to the best game possible. It might just lead to a lot of lackluster stuff, you know. They used an engine made for smaller single open world RPGs and tried to build a multi-planet game on top of it. Yeah, I mean, just the best example of why you can't do that is probably Star Citizen. They have had to spend hundreds of millions of dollars building up their tool sets to be able to do what they're doing now in the persistent universe. It's taken many years of very active work to get there and hundreds of millions of dollars, and Bethesda tried to walk in and do it with the engine that made Fallout 4, and you just can't do it. Like, it just doesn't work. Did someone say Star Citizen? Yeah. Just do like 15 planets in like 4 systems or something. Yeah, I think honestly, if it was Starfield and it was just like you play the game and you move from planet to planet, and now it's like a spacefaring open world RPG, people would have been more accepting of that. I really do believe. And do some clever stuff to cover up the load screens to maintain immersion, just like Star Wars Jedi did. Star Wars Jedi technically has all of these load screens happening as well, but they cover them up really well and it helps you stay immersed. But the reason why Bethesda and Todd and those guys didn't end up fixing any of that is, just like Todd said, he didn't think it was important to their players. And I think at launch he was right. Now it seems like there might be a little shift in the waves. There might be a little change in the wind. It seems like the fans maybe, just maybe, finally are going to start holding their feet to the fire and being like, guys, this is just, it's not where it should have been for 2023. And I hope that that's what they do. I hope they verbalize that in the forums. I hope that they make that clear, because otherwise Elder Scrolls 6 is just going to be even more outdated than Starfield currently is. How many planets will Outlaws have? I don't think they've said. 30 FPS on consoles killed the hype for me. I think we're actually probably going to see in the next handful of years, I think we're going to see more and more games that are only launching at 30, or that launch at 30 with like an aggressive upscaled 60. I think they're going to try to reframe it so 30 is now the main. I just think a lot of what it was is when they launched the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles, they didn't have enough games that really looked next generation. like Demon Souls or anything. So they're like, how else do we sell these games and justify it as like, yeah, this is new powerful hardware? They said, make it run at 60. So that's what they did. They set it to 60, and then they sold it to us for 40, 50, 60, 70 bucks. And we felt like we were getting something new and better for an extra 30 frames. But now they're realizing that honestly, if you want to push the graphical boundaries, sometimes you need to limit it to 30 for the fidelity mode. And give them the option to go up to 60 at very low resolutions, kind of like Spider-Man did. But yeah, I think we'll see that shift happen. Todd says Starfield is next gen compared to PS2 to 360. Well, and it really shows his opinion of what next gen is for the Creation Engine if Starfield is next gen. Like, how far behind was it if that's next gen? Oh God. How do you think Ubisoft will handle Star Wars Outlaws given their struggles with the open world formula? I mean, it's going to probably play pretty similar. I think Avatar will give us a good idea of what we can probably expect, but I think it'll be pretty good. I think it'll probably get an extra point in a lot of review scores because of the tech that they're running. Like, no joke, some of the stuff that they're able to do in that game is going to make Starfield feel like an ancient video game. I mean, it's going to feel really, really weird. Crooked Vulture, only found your channel recently. How did I miss such a great channel? LOL. Oh, thank you, my friend. That's very sweet. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Wait, so Todd is supposed to admit he was wrong to pick 100 out of his house when other developers something. If you're talking about like the leaked, basically there was that designer in that video we watched from Maddie, and the designer said that Todd is the final decision maker and that Todd is the one that decided on the 1,000 planets in 100 systems, blah, blah, blah. And whether or not that's true or not probably doesn't matter that much. I mean, I think we can all agree that Todd, as the game's director, is responsible if a major design element doesn't work. He should have spotted it way early on and squashed it before it became a big issue. So the fact that he didn't is on him. The fact that there's no vehicles and that was not prioritized is on him, you know? There's someone missing behind you. Yeah. He's in the closet. Don't worry. He's in the closet. Again. I love and hate Todd at the same time. I think Todd is just like, clearly, I think he's an amazing game designer. He's made some of the most iconic and memorable games of all history. Like, he is a phenomenal, extremely accomplished game designer. And I think he and his team are just out of their depth now. I think their tools are not able to keep up with modern titles. I think their design philosophies are confused. They can't seem to make up their mind if they want to make narrative action adventure games like Fallout 4, or if they want to make open world adventure games with like a sort of sandbox RPG style like Skyrim, or if they want to make these live service games like Fallout 76, or if they want to make, you know, something like Starfield, which is some weird space sim, but not, because it's a terrible space sim, so it like has space sim elements, but it's actually still just like a typical Bethesda game, but also not, because you can't really explore like that. You know, they can't seem to make up their minds on what exactly they should be doing. And so they just end up with kind of garbled games that don't ever feel really cohesive and coherent. It's just odd. Why is the stern missing? Oh, it's not. It's just tucked behind the Hogwarts castle because they're too big to fit on the shelf together. So I have to angle them a little. I think I'm going to be getting a shelf. There's going to be bookshelves all along the back, and the Titanic will get its own shelf. His podcast episode on Lex Friedman was actually pretty good. Yeah, I think he's a generally humble guy. I think he's a genuine guy. He's very clearly passionate about video game development. I just think as the leader of that studio, they are kind of in a similar spot to that Creative Assembly team where they did not make very wise investments into the technologies. Like, yeah, they got the Creation Engine running with 1,000 planets in 100 different star systems, but the blunder with like traversal and the landing zones, having 3 to 4 minutes of walking between points of interest. That is like bafflingly stupid. And they should have seen that. They should have recognized that early on and addressed it. You guys know, you guys were here with me in live streams and in videos and stuff when I was getting flack back in like February and March for saying, when we saw some trailers, like, I don't know how this works. They're saying that we're expected to run on foot across planet surfaces to go to different generated points of interest. How does that make any sense? Like, I just landed my freaking spaceship and now I'm going to jog for 5 minutes up a hill to go look in here. And then I'm going to jog 10 minutes over there to look at this thing. And then I'm going to jog 15 minutes back to my ship, or maybe fast travel back to my ship. I was like, how is that fun? Give me like a rover. Make navigating that planet surface fun. And I said this early this year before the game came out, and people were saying, oh, Luke, you're being a negative Nancy. You're being too skeptical. 16 times the skepticism. Like, and now, of course, everybody's like, oh, yeah. Oh, you can use your jetpack. Yeah. Yeah. You can boost. You can boost a little while you're hopping for 5 minutes straight. You're right. Totally forgot. Yeah. I know, we're joking, everybody. Shinobi isn't on it. But yeah, because Todd was like, he was asked, are there vehicles? And he was like, no, there's not vehicles, but you know, sometimes the low gravity planets using the jetpack just feels really super cool. It was like, and now we got the game, and the jetpack doesn't actually like increase your forward momentum. It doesn't actually make you go faster. It just moves you up and down in different varying spurts. So it's like, what are we doing? Like, it just didn't make any sense. Makes me miss the vehicle in Mass Effect Andromeda also had a jetpack. Yeah, see, you can do both. Exactly, Vast. You could have the vehicle and the jetpack. They're not mutually exclusive. I think naming all points of interest abandoned, whatever the fuck, also cheapens the exploration drastically. At least pretend it's a real place and change the set dressing slightly. Yeah, I think also it's just, when you have 1,000 planets, if you want them to be interesting to explore, you have to have points of interest. But the problem is, like, there's no way to reasonably make 1,000 planets individually interesting to explore with procedural content. Like, you can't really do it. So you have to make it focused on like resource collection and like dynamically placed points of interest that are copy and pasted from a central collection. And it just doesn't really work, especially because like a lot of people at launch, a lot of reviewers were like, oh, Starfield's one of those games. The more you play it, the better it gets. I totally disagree. And I think now I've actually seen some people saying that they are with me on this, where the more you play it, the worse it becomes, because you start to see those holes and those repetitive things come up time and time and time and time again, over and over and over. And it drives me crazy. But for other people, they're like, oh, yes, like a fine wine. Oh, delicious. Oh, how divine. Like, no. Stopping you from just going outside the landing area also made no sense. If it's procedural, there is no reason you can't walk infinitely. It's, I get my understanding from talking to like modders who are trying to get everything working to just give you a mod to do that, is that it is an actual technical restriction on the creation engine. It is not something that they could fix easily, and so they just didn't. There's not a toggle to just turn it on or off. There was that video, we looked at it, I don't know when, probably closer to launch, but there was somebody that was able to manually select a landing zone pixel perfect next to the landing zone in New Atlantis, and that allowed them to land their ship outside of the city and still reach the city. But it did break everything else. I mean, it broke like the generation of NPCs in the city. It caused a bunch of other stuff to glitch and everything. So it didn't actually work properly. But it's technically possible if you can do pixel perfect selections, you know. I feel like Starfield has the same problem in No Man's Sky, just pointless exploring. It's certainly Oh, that's cool. Just got a very interesting email about an exciting opportunity. So, yeah, I just across the board. I mean, to wrap all that up, I think Starfield is just, it was an overly ambitious game that Bethesda Game Studios was just incapable of actually delivering. And I think all of this is not that like they're trying to lie or disappoint their fans or anything. I just genuinely think that Bethesda is not able to live up to the standards they set for themselves. And Todd, being a salesman, he likes to describe things in captivating, sensational ways. And that just doesn't, it's a bad mix because Todd hypes people up, gets them super excited at this idea for this vast, expansive game with 1,000 planets. And then when you actually get it, you're like, he's technically right. But I think he knew that this other information would have been useful. This other information could have changed our perception of it, you know? Sup, Chloe? Chloe's back. Chloe's back on Kick. Oh, God. I think it was a bigger disappointment than Cyberpunk at launch since bugs were the least of Starfield's detriments. Yeah, there were still lots of bugs, but Starfield's problems go beyond bugs. Starfield, when it runs perfectly, is still plagued with core design issues, which like so was Cyberpunk. Don't get me wrong. Cyberpunk had things like the whole augmentation system with the cybernetics. All of that was super cool, but they were so freaking expensive. You would never be able to really kit up like a really interesting kit of cybernetics on your character because it was so freaking expensive to get. Like each modification was like 65,000. It was just insane. And other core elements that didn't really work, like the AI, the police system. There were core game design issues within Cyberpunk 2077. Difference is they fixed them with Cyberpunk 2.0. Like they actually improved it and made it work the way it was supposed to work from the start. Are you actually going to play, or are you going to play 40K Rogue Trader? I might actually. We got reached out to about an opportunity for it, so stay tuned. Stay tuned. Let's see, you still chatting? Oh, always, Chloe. Always, Chloe. I like chatting with you guys. What can I say? Like Peter Molyneux but Todd Howard remains actually relevant to the industry. Yeah. Peter Molyneux, in case people don't recall, he was another game designer that had a habit of over-promising and under-delivering. I think for him, it was Fable, where he promised all sorts of craziness for Fable. Like, oh yeah, you can plant a seed in the ground and you can go play for dozens of hours and, you know, in-game weeks and months and in-game years can pass. And you'll come back and you see that seed that you planted just quickly, offhandedly, without thinking much about it. That's turned into a massive oak tree that's now a staple of the community in that village. And then we get the game and it's like, not really, like I think that was not true. Or the Milo demo, yeah, the old school Milo demo that was shown off in those Krabby Cat videos. Yeah, there were a lot of those where it was like, I think you knew that this was not accurate. I'm not sure that was, I don't think you were telling the truth. I think you were lying. Do you think you'd ever play Warhammer 40K on Tabletop Simulator on Steam or Stream? I'd like to. I have to figure out how to do it. I haven't messed with it. I've seen you can do it, but a lot of people have to download mods and do a bunch of other stuff, but I'd be down to do it because I would love that. I think it'd be super cool. I believe a lot of people were expecting more from Bethesda. The Bethesda promised people wanted Skyrim in space mixed with No Man's Sky. Yeah. And it just, instead, it doesn't do Skyrim well, and it doesn't really do Fallout in space well. It probably does that the best out of any of the things it tries to do. Fallout 4 in space specifically. And it doesn't really do No Man's Sky well at all. So you just have a game that doesn't really do anything that well. And it's just like, oh, well, what are we doing? I've played Starfield for like 5 hours. I'm just waiting for some patches. I'm afraid if I put a bunch of time into it, knowing what I know, that I'll end up hating it. Yeah, and that's fair. And you can wait. They're going to add like DLSS support. They're adding some bug fixes, some balancing stuff, and you know, they'll get it figured out eventually, I think. Did you like the story of Starfield? Is it worth playing for the narrative? No, the main story I think is like insultingly stupid. The side quests are pretty good. Specifically the big faction quests I actually had fun with, especially the Crimson Fleet. But like in general, if you ask me about like I think there's more impactful and emotionally interesting quest lines in Spider-Man 2 than in Starfield. Which says a lot. Thank you, Mandamatic. Very excited about it. You mean modders will get it figured out? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, those temples are a crime against gaming. Yeah, I totally agree. That wrinkle by your left arm is going to bug the hell out of me. Wrinkle? By my left arm. Oh, this? There you go. There you go. All better. I have to go clean this actually, because I didn't clean it during the move. It was wrapping itself around one of these to help transport it. So I have to clean it. To clean these, you like have to take it in the bathtub, put some like Dawn dish soap, kind of scrub it around, let it sit. Then you take it out, let it dry outside. It's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But when it's all clean, ooh, it's nice. It'll make you realize just how many like hand oils and stuff got in it though, because the water ends up being brown when you're done. Still got margarita on it. Probably a little. Most of the margarita ended up in the keyboard. It's bad. There's still a couple of keys that are a little sticky. I do have replacement switches though. They're in a box in the garage. I just have to find which box, and then I'll swap out the switches and it'll be fine. But yeah. Crooked Vulture, thank you. Yeah, we're working on it. My main goal is we're gonna get shelving to put the collector's editions in, and hopefully that'll go most of the way across the back wall. And then the Titanic will be on its own kind of shelf, and then the castle will be on its own little shelf. And then these glass cases they'll go over here, and that's where I'll keep the Warhammer 40K stuff. And then this little table thing probably goes against this wall here and is just for incidental collectibles and things, which should be good. So we'll get there. Get a $1,200 lightsaber. Yeah, I'll call my buddy. What's the difference between EU and US keyboards? Like the shift key is different. There's a lot of weird stuff. It's weirdly difficult to type on them if you're used to the US one. Do you have a whole army of 40K yet? Yes. I'm mainly a Thousand Suns player. But I have enough points to do like 1,000-point battle of Chaos Demons. And then I also have barely enough points to probably do a 2,000-point game with Eldari. But I have mostly Thousand Sun stuff. So, any advice for a new streamer? Honestly, I'm probably not a great person to ask on streaming advice, because I think based on the stats, I'm a pretty bad streamer. As for YouTube, I'm always down to give advice for YouTube. But yeah, streaming wise, I'm not. I mean, obviously, I'm not that good at streaming. You should stream a 40K again? Yeah, I'm down. I love 40K. Alan Wake 2 performance is good for PC. Yeah, there's some bugs that you'll pop into. Like I had the bug that broke the spawn point, so I spawned out of bounds basically within like 3 minutes of starting the game. But you know, other than that, yeah, it runs really well. Yeah. I think you're a good streamer. At least you're attentive to your chat and don't only respond to super chats and donations. Yeah, I try not. I mean, we get chat kind of popping. I know some people were frustrated that I wasn't getting to their questions fast enough. There was one person earlier, I think on Kick or Twitch watching, that was frustrated I wasn't able to answer their question super quickly. But you know, when we have like 400, 500, 600 people in the chat collectively across all the platforms, it can get kind of tough to juggle it all and to try and respond to everybody. But we try. I can only guarantee I'll get back to it if super chats are attached to it, because they stay highlighted in a separate column for me. But how do you manage all three chats? Restream.io has a thing where they'll combine all of the chats for me, so I can see like Shinobi's comment, and then right underneath that is one from Alex in Twitch chat, and then beneath that is Sarcasm's chat. So it kind of can combine everything for me, which is nice. People got to realize during big gaming events, when you have 100+ people in your chat losing all their minds about something, it can be a lot for one person to manage. Yeah, it's just, I mean, you try to get together with any group of people, try to be in a group of like 500-600 people that all want to talk to you and ask you questions, and try to get to everybody. It can be tough. It can be tough. We try, but it can be tough. What do I get my mom for Christmas? A signed photograph of Clay Aiken. You're welcome. Sorry, that was stupid. Next anticipated game. Probably most immediately, I'm hoping it's Space Marine 2. That's still supposed to be out by the end of the year, I believe. But I haven't heard much about it. So hopefully Space Marine 2. I'm excited for that. And then we have like Avatar and those games, but Space Marine 2 I'm actually very intrigued by. Yeah, the game looks dope. I think it's going to be really cool. I just hope there's more like big encounters and big set pieces and stuff, but man. Yeah. Game looks next gen looking. Yeah, I would expect it to probably land at like an 8 out of 10 because it's one of those AA games. It's not really trying to be that crazy. But man, if they can pull it off even to a moderate degree, I will be a very happy camper. Did you play Space Marine 2 or Space Marine 1? Not yet. I do have it downloaded on Steam though, and I'm ready to go. So I'm going to be playing it. Once we have like a release date, I want to play the first one and then kind of roll right into the second. What did you think of Spider-Man 2? Did you like it overall, or were you just a fan of the gameplay? I thought Spider-Man 2 was really good. I was frustrated that the story was freakishly predictable. Like the moment I saw a particle accelerator in this new charity lab thing that they set up in the middle of Manhattan, I was like, oh, I know exactly how this story is going to end. And sure enough, it ends exactly the way you think it is going to end. Like every step of the story, super, super predictable. And that for me is a bummer because it just takes me out of the stakes involved with the story. You know, it's not that interesting anymore. And part of it is like, you know, like people will be like, oh, well, yeah, we know the lore of Spider-Man, so of course we know how it's going to end. But like even in the minutia, it's all super predictable. So yeah, it's the whole thing. But I mean, setting that aside, I think overall it's a very good game. I think I was frustrated that it really does play just like Miles Morales, but with Peter available too. So it doesn't really play that differently. It has some pretty epic moments, which I think are a huge benefit. I think that's really cool. But yeah, it just wasn't like Ragnarok. I think did a great job of showing what a sequel should like, or could be for a big epic story where you think you've thought of everything they could do. And then they do all of that and triple down on it. Like, oh, you thought you had had enough now of these crazy boss fights and encounters and huge set pieces. Here's 3 more. Okay, now you're exhausted. Here's another one. Good use. Like they just found a way to constantly blow you away in the best way possible. In Spider-Man 2, there's like one moment where I was like, oh, that was cool. I didn't expect that. And then like 20 minutes of the game passed, you know, after I finished the prologue, I was like, oh, okay, we're back to back to normal. And they also, I don't know why they spoiled the whole lizard chase thing in those trailers, or in the gameplay preview thing that they did before launch. Like, that was a huge bummer to have that spoiled, because that was a really cool encounter that we had all seen before. And there's a handful of those that were spoiled. But it's because there's not like that many on that scale in the game. Atreus sections were boring as hell in God of War Ragnarok. I hope they don't make a game with Atreus as the main character. I think they're going to do a spin-off with Atreus. I think that seems to be kind of the layup option at this point. But I think they definitely could screw with the pace, because it would be like, oh, this is epic. This is crazy. We're picking up steam. And then it's like, oh, now we're playing as Atreus. Okay. And it slows down a lot. Then there's like the big giant encounter in Ragnarok, which was awesome. But then it slows way back down. And so I agree the pacing was a little off. But all told, I thought it was super cool. Is Baldur's Gate your game of the year? I think so. I'll do a lot of like careful consideration as we get closer to making that video, but I think so, yeah. In your opinion, Spider-Man 2 or God of War Ragnarok? Ragnarok by a lot. Ragnarok by a lot. It's not even close for me. Like, if Spider-Man is an 8, Ragnarok is a 10. Like, it's just, to me, it was such a perfect sequel. It's ridiculous. So, what's more impressive, Spider-Man or Cyberpunk? I mean, if you're saying launch state, Spider-Man, but if you're saying as of today, I think Cyberpunk 2077 2.0, far and away. Yeah, Spider-Man 2 or Space Marine 2's environments look amazing. Yeah. Anyway. What I'm gonna do, guys, I'm about to actually pee my pants. So I think that's a good place for us to stop. We've been going for close to 5 hours, having a joyous time, of course, along the way. This has been wonderful. You guys are amazing, very supportive. I don't know what I did to earn so many generous super chats. I'm gonna go with the clothes. I think it's the shirt. So I'll probably wear this a lot more. I'm kidding. But seriously though, thank you guys for the super chats and for the subs on Twitch, for the tips and everything. That's incredibly generous. I appreciate all of you. We'll be back on Wednesday with a stream and the podcast, and we'll be rocking and rolling from there. It'll be good fun. And yeah, stay hydrated. Yeah, exactly, Billy. Same time Wednesday. Yes. Starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. So stay safe, everybody. Much love. We'll get a video posted tomorrow, so look forward to that. Until then, much love, and I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. Not starting, ending. Bye.